That burn is scheduled at 1:53 p.m. Central Time, 2:53 p.m. Eastern Time. That'll be followed by the crew completing the configuration of the crew cabin for entry, stowing final items, and making sure all of their checklists and other post-splashdown devices that they will need are in the proper, making sure that all of their equipment is within arm's length after they splash down in the Pacific, waiting to be extracted from the vehicle by the recovery personnel that will be deployed from the USS John Murtha, which is on station out in the Pacific in the splashdown area. The weather forecast for splashdown is ideal. Winds just about 10 knots, wave heights less than 4 feet. Those are very benign conditions that will await Integrity's astronauts when they emerge from the spacecraft. Following splashdown, the 5 crew module uprighting system airbags will be inflated with helium to ensure that the spacecraft remains in an upright and rather benign situation as it bobs in the Pacific Ocean. This will expedite the ability of the recovery teams to erect a large raft called the front porch along the side of Integrity prior to the time that the hatches open and the crew is extracted from the vehicle that they have been aboard since April 1st for their launch for their lunar flyby. The heart of today's entry will begin.
Integrity Houston, some pre-burn SA for you. The Plus X flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured.
Okay, we copy, Jackie.
Jeremy Hansen from the Canadian Space Agency acknowledging the call from Capcom Jackie Mahaffey. It is her voice that you'll be hearing throughout entry and splashdown, calling all the major milestones and talking to the crew when required. The heart of today's activities will begin about 5.5 hours from now when we hand over the communications link from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. That will come at 6:15 p.m. Central Time, followed about 18 minutes later when the crew module separates from the service module. At that point, the crew module will conduct a raise burn, as it is called. That is about a 19-second burn. That will be the final opportunity to more specifically dial in the flight path angle, the angle of attack before entry interface. That will use the roll thrusters on the command module, on the crew module. That angle of attack is particularly critical for this mission so that we are mitigating any excessive buildup of heat on Orion's heat shield as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. At the point of peak heating, we are expecting temperatures to rise to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That will induce an ionization around the spacecraft called a plasma wave. This is typical for all spacecraft that enter the Earth's atmosphere. A blackout period of 6 minutes will begin at about 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll lose all communications with the crew. That will be expected, and we'll report that when we do have a loss of data and communications. When we emerge from that blackout, right around 7 p.m. Central Time, straight up, Jackie Mahaffey, the Capcom here in Mission Control, will be calling the crew if they don't call us first to make sure that we hear them and that we have a good communications link for the final 7 minutes of the high-speed entry that will culminate with the deployment of a series of parachutes and finally 3 main parachutes that will gently allow Integrity to splash down in the Pacific at a velocity of just 19 miles an hour. The crew is expected to pull about 3.9 Gs during maximum G loads on them during the point of entry. And it's interesting to keep in mind that from the point of the start of entry interface at an altitude of 400,000 feet, some 13 and a half minutes before splashdown, the spacecraft will decelerate from a velocity of some 23,783 miles an hour to just 19 miles an hour at splashdown. So everything is in order aboard Integrity. We have a solid spacecraft and a solid go weather forecast in the splashdown zone as the world awaits the return of Artemis's astronauts from this historic lunar flyby. Splashdown scheduled 6 hours, 25 minutes, 30 seconds from now. This is Mission Control Houston.
Houston Integrity, both fly, all four LiO battery units are fully charged.
Houston copies. Good news. Thanks.
And Houston Integrity, we're ready to secure the cobalt brick and the WAP, but just want to check with you that you don't need the network on board before we do that. Check with you that you don't.
Integrity, for Jeremy, we copied your question. We were in a data rate handover, but we can confirm no further ground use for the WAP or cobalt brick, so go to tear those down. A follow-up for Christina, the empty CWC stowage config that you called earlier is a good config for entry, so no need to go find that. And finally, we can support a camera downlink if and when you are willing.
Okay, we copied all those, Jackie. And which cameras were you planning on coming on board with?
Yeah, good question. We just wanted to use cab 3.
We're good with that.
All right, we will join you.
Houston Integrity for CBA pressure.
Go ahead.
CBA pressure is 2,500 PSI.
Houston copies 2500.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard Mission Specialist Christina Cook aboard Integrity offering some parameters of cabin atmosphere readings. Everything on board is in great shape. We're just 56.5 minutes away from the return trajectory correction 3 burn. This will be the final major maneuver of the mission for Integrity, an 8-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to change its velocity by 4.2 feet per second, and further fine-tuning its path for the entry interface into the Earth's atmosphere later today. Just so we can identify some of the key players you'll hear and see here in Mission Control throughout the course of the day. On the front row, from left to right, that's astronaut Stan Love. He was the Ascent Capcom, or spacecraft communicator, talking to the crew and has pulled several shifts during the mission. Second from the left is Jackie Mahaffey, who will be the entry Capcom, talking to the crew during their high-speed return to Earth later today. Then to her left is entry flight director Rick Henfling, and to his left is Judd Freeling, who presided as flight director over the ascent of Integrity 9 days ago from the Kennedy Space Center. In the back row is the lead flight director for the mission, Jeff Radigan, and to his left is the chief of the flight director office, Emily Nelson. Once again, this view of the Earth, that is the port of call for Integrity's astronauts later today. Splashdown scheduled 6 hours, 8 minutes, and 22 seconds from now. Everything is in great shape on board the vehicle in the home stretch of what ultimately will be a 694,481-mile journey from launch to splashdown. This is Mission Control Houston, our first view of the crew today. On the left, Commander Reed Wiseman. On the right, Pilot Victor Glover. They are reviewing some of the timeline parameters and some of the systems status boards on their computers on the flight deck of Orion. Everything is in great shape system-wise, and the weather forecast is a go forecast at the splashdown zone as the crew approaches the 6-hour mark until they return to Earth to complete this historic mission. The crew will monitor the RTC-3 burn, that's just 52 minutes from now, and then we'll move into the heart of completing the configuration of the crew cabin, stowing some final items, and reviewing their entry checklist as they march down the timeline towards the point at which they will don their launch and entry suits, the Orion Crew Survival Suits, or OCSS, the OX suits as they are called, and prepare for the final key elements of this mission that will start with entry interface at 6:53 p.m. Central Time today, when they reach the first traces of the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. You can see down below in the lower deck of the crew cabin, if you will, Christina Cook. Jeremy Hansen is right by her. The crew will begin the suit-up procedures later today. They'll conduct leak checks on their suits to ensure that they're in a good configuration for the entry. And once again, we're struck by some of the numbers involved. At the point of entry interface, which will be about 13.5 minutes before splashdown, the vehicle will be traveling some 23,839 miles an hour. At the point of splashdown, 13.5 minutes later, they will have decelerated under parachutes and through the interaction of Earth's atmosphere, the friction created by Earth's atmosphere, they will have decelerated to a splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour. All preparations on the USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship out in the Pacific, are complete. Everyone is at the ready. The Navy recovery teams, the flight surgeons who will greet the astronauts for their initial medical exams. There will be Navy helicopters and fast boats that will be deployed from the Murtha to move alongside the spacecraft. It will take about 15 minutes, perhaps a bit less, for the flight control team here in Mission Control to power down the vehicle. Once it splashes down and the airbags, the inflatable airbags, 5 of them at the forward bay cover at the top of the spacecraft, are inflated to ensure that the vehicle remains in an upright orientation in the Pacific. The airbags will be deployed. The vehicle will be powered down. That's not the end for Mission Control here in Houston. They will not hand over to the Exploration Ground Systems folks until the crew has been extracted from the vehicle onto a large raft that will be erected alongside the hatch to Integrity. That is called the front porch. Each of the crew members will leave the vehicle, Christina Cook first, followed by Victor Glover, then Jeremy Hansen, then Reed Wiseman. Once in the raft, they'll spend a few minutes as they get their land legs back before they're harnessed and hoisted one by one in alternating fashion to a pair of hovering Navy helicopters overhead. Christina Cook will be hoisted first into helicopter number 1, then Jeremy Hansen to helicopter number 2, Victor Glover to helicopter number 1, Reed Wiseman to helicopter number 2. We're about to have a quick burn conference with the crew to review the parameters of the upcoming return trajectory correction burn. Again, a final opportunity to fine-tune Integrity's path towards its splashdown zone and to make sure the orientation of the spacecraft is correct for its angle of attack into the Earth's atmosphere.
Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to Starfield maneuvers.
We copy that, Jackie.
It was
Integrity currently maneuvering to what is called the Starfield calibration orientation to set the calibration correct for our GPS system on board the vehicle, as well as other navigation aids that will be used during Integrity's plunge back through the Earth's atmosphere toward its splashdown site. Countdown clocks here in Mission Control ticking backward toward the arrival of Integrity at entry interface. 5 hours and 43 minutes mark. Splashdown 5 hours 56 minutes from now.
Houston Integrity, we are standing by for the burn conference whenever you are ready.
We are ready. Your final burn plan is on board, and we've got several deltas to the pad. The deltas are to version 2 uplink at day 100, 1220. The first delta is TIG slip is 10 minutes. Secondary pointing, Omicron, is 2525.0. For your guidance solution, Delta V tote 4.17. For your attitude in Delta V, this remains frame inertial. Attitude, yaw pitch roll, is 4643.237. Delta V, X 2.1, Y 2.2, Z negative 2.9. How copy?
Okay, Jackie, we caught the end material. Can you give us the trim number that you started with and Omicron, I believe, were the two? Or maybe TIG slip and Omicron.
TIG slip is 10 minutes. Omicron is 25.0.
Okay, Jackie, we copied all the deltas, but we are not
confident we started with the right file. Can you confirm the date, the UTC of ground generation?
Yep, that is day 100, hour 12, minute 20, 20.
So Jackie, that ground generation date time is what we had as version 1, and you said version 2, so that's what's throwing us off. We were looking for a version 2, but we saved version 1 as version 2 to get ready for these deltas. Did you uplink a new burn pad, or were you just instructing us to save it as version 2?
Yeah, sorry about that. These deltas we're reading you are called version 2. And the UTC we are expecting you to be referencing is the one I read off.
Okay, copy. We wrote those deltas on the Excel file that was labeled version 1, and we have saved it as version 2.
That's perfect. Couple of final notes for you. Under burn execution steps, step 8, OpNav pass. We are performing OpNav pass, and that did kick off automatically. And then in burn notes, we just want to clarify for the PCL message today, that is message 3.10.02.
Okay, we copy step 8 auto and 3.10.02, which we all read. Thank you. Any other deltas to the steps, burn execution steps?
No deltas. One final note, the cell in the burn notes that talks about if BFS engages does have about 2 rows worth of text, so you may need to expand it to see all of it.
Jackie, that is a great call. Thank you for that information.
And that is everything we had for the burn conference.
Okay, we copy. Thank you very much.
This is Mission Control Houston. That exchange between Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control and pilot Victor Glover aboard Integrity, reading off all the critical numbers for the upcoming Return Trajectory Correction 3 burn. That's on tap just 37 minutes from now at 1:53 p.m. Central Time. This final major maneuver will be an 8-second burn of the reaction control system thrusters to amend the velocity of Integrity by 4.2 feet per second. It also contains a number of angular adjustments to Integrity's orientation to fine-tune its precise orientation as it enters the Earth's atmosphere at the point of 400,000 feet above the Pacific Ocean, called entry interface. This is critical because we want Integrity to be in the right orientation to minimize heating on the heat shield of the vehicle. This needs to be extremely precise and will be fine-tuned one more time through what is called a crew module raise burn tonight at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, a 19-second burn that will fine-tune the angle of attack for one last time to make sure Integrity is entering the Earth's atmosphere in an orientation that will minimize the peak heating effects on the heat shield. As it is, the temperatures around the heat shield are expected to be somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. However, at the angle at which we are entering the Earth's atmosphere, it is a much more benign heating effect on the heat shield than what was experienced during the Artemis I mission.
Integrity, are we go for secondary wastewater line dump?
Integrity, you are go for secondary line dumps.
We copy, thank you.
Integrity Houston, for the burn, SM prop helium isol valves are configured.
Okay, we see closed, open, 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 and that's what we were expecting. Thanks for the confirmation.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Flight Director Rick Henfling here in Mission Control. The entry flight director is going to be polling his team of flight controllers to get a go for the RTC-3 burn, which is coming up in just 31 minutes. We're back inside the cabin of Integrity, looking at Jeremy Hansen on the left, Christina Cook in the middle, Victor Glover on the right, the crew, and there's Reed Wiseman, the commander of the ship. Everything is in great shape as we await splashdown 5 hours and 44 minutes from now. The entry profile for Integrity is a source of great interest because of some of the heat shield damage that was unexpected during Artemis I. We have deliberately created a trajectory which is essentially a lofted entry profile rather than a skip entry. If you recall, the skip entry on Artemis I was a trajectory in which we performed an initial dip into the atmosphere to dissipate some energy, then skipped out of the atmosphere, sort of like throwing a flat rock against a lake, and then dipped a second and final time into the atmosphere before splashing down in the Pacific. However, that profile induced a longer entry range of some 3,178 nautical miles in length that induced a 20-minute duration of a higher total heat load on the vehicle. So after great analysis and the review of an independent review team, we decided to amend the entry profile to a maximum entry range of 1,775 nautical miles. In this case, we're going to be flying downrange from the point of entry interface to a splashdown zone just 1,701 nautical miles downrange, heading from southwest to northeast towards the coast of California. The 20-minute duration of the Artemis I entry has been reduced to just 13.5 minutes in duration for Artemis II, thus inducing a lower total heat load on the vehicle and mitigating any deleterious effects on the heat shield itself. The flight control team, the engineers, have tremendous confidence in this entry profile that will protect the heat shield from any excessive loads that may be imparted on it during this high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere. Having said that, we still will be exposing the heat shield to temperatures some 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit as we enter peak heating at the point of entry interface and a communications blackout within a few minutes after that. Currently taking a poll in the room for a go for RTC-3. That'll be communicated to the crew momentarily.
Integrity, Houston, good final targeting, and we are go for the burn pending SAW positioning.
We copy. Houston, go for the burn. Thank you.
And again, the burn that's coming up, RTC-3, just 27.5 minutes from now, will be an 8-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters to change the delta on the velocity to about 4.2 feet per second, and refining Integrity's path to reach entry interface at the correct angle and at the correct time and orientation. If you think of a cone across the Pacific Ocean, that's the entry corridor. We want to hit right into the middle of that corridor. I said yesterday it was like splitting the uprights, and that's exactly what it is. We want to make sure that we're right down the pike, heading toward the splashdown zone off the coast of San Diego. This burn and the subsequent crew module raise burn, that will be a final amendment to the angle of attack of Integrity, all designed to minimize heating effects on Integrity's heat shield. A short time ago, the Spaceflight Meteorology Group briefed the entry flight control team on the latest weather at the splashdown zone where the USS John P. Murtha is stationed, ready to begin recovery operations shortly after splashdown. The weather is ideal, not an issue in the terms of the winds, just 10-knot winds and wave heights less than 4 feet. Expected to greet the crew. There will be some broken and scattered clouds that Integrity will be descending through, but that's not a factor. We are committed, of course, to splashing down today at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset. At this hour, Flight Dynamics reporting that Integrity is 45,534 nautical miles away from Earth. continuing to close in. Its velocity will be accelerating over the next several hours. At the point that we reach the top of the Earth's atmosphere at entry interface at an altitude of 400,000 feet, Integrity and its astronauts will be traveling some 34,882 feet per second with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. That velocity will increase slightly to 34,965 feet per second, or 23,839 miles an hour at peak velocity. There will be a series of roll reversals. Those are computer-induced maneuvers that will occur after we complete the blackout period. Actually, there are 2 before while we are in the blackout period and 3 more afterwards. Those roll reversals designed to dissipate energy, reducing the speed through the laws of physics to bleed off excess energy as the vehicle points itself toward the splashdown zone prior to going subsonic and then inducing the beginning of the parachute deployment sequence. The crew is expected to pull just under 4 Gs during the maximum G loads on themselves and the vehicle. We have 3 spaceflight veterans and 1 first-time flyer in Jeremy Hansen. Unlike an International Space Station flight of 6 months or more in duration, these are well-skilled astronauts and test pilots. Christina Cook, of course, having returned to Earth, as did Reed Wiseman from his first flight in Soyuz vehicles for parachute-assisted landings in Kazakhstan. Victor Glover flew on a Crew Dragon vehicle. For those keeping track, once again, one of the key periods during the entry into the Earth's atmosphere will be this 6-minute communications blackout that is predicted and is typical.
Integrity. Tank pressures are good for the burn.
Copy that, Jackie. Thank you.
Capcom Jackie Mahaffey saying that all of the systems, including the pressures in the propellant tanks, are in good shape, ready for the RTC-3 burn coming up just 18.5 minutes from now. Once again, the blackout period that will be of great interest to those listening and watching this evening is typical for any spacecraft re-entering the Earth's atmosphere because of the buildup of heat against a returning spacecraft, whether it's Integrity today or a Russian Soyuz vehicle or a SpaceX Dragon. These vehicles have heat shields that are designed to repel the heat. However, there is an ionization around the spacecraft, a buildup of plasma that is caused by the interaction of the velocity of the spacecraft entering the Earth's atmosphere and the friction of the Earth's atmosphere itself. This ionization period, or the blackout period, is expected to last 6 minutes tonight. It is expected to begin at 6:53 and 55 seconds PM Central Time, just 24 minutes or 24 seconds after the beginning of entry interface. That blackout of 6 minutes is the period of time where we will not be in communications with the crew or receiving data from Integrity itself as it barrels through the atmosphere. We will be communicating with the crew toward the end of that 6-minute period and reestablishing communications just as quickly as atmospheric physics will allow us to. The blackout period is expected to end at 6:59 and 56 seconds PM Central Time, which would be 6 minutes and 25 seconds from the start of entry interface. Now, after splashdown, several activities will be occurring. First will be to ensure that the vehicle is upright in what is known as a stable 1 configuration. Whether it's upright or in some other orientation, the CMOOS bags, the crew module uprighting system bags, 5 of them that are surrounding the vehicle at the forward bay cover in a circumferential orientation. Those 5 large airbags will be inflated with helium and be inflated.
Integrity, Houston. Solar arrays are in position for the burn.
We see the same, Jackie.
The CMOOS bags, again, 5 large inflatable airbags that are inflated with helium right after splashdown. Those bags designed to maintain an upright orientation for the spacecraft. Flight controllers here in Mission Control will begin to work to power down the vehicle, also check for any leakage of toxic gas. We are not expecting any issues. Integrity's in great shape as it prepares for its homecoming 5.5 hours from now. But to ensure that the approaching Navy recovery team does not encounter any toxic gases, we will make the first check of that here in Mission Control, power down the vehicle, and we will be reestablishing communications with the crew through what is known as VLDR. You'll hear that call. It is the very low data rate that takes over from the tracking and data relay satellite system communications that we'll be using during the descent towards splashdown. It may be a period of seconds or even minutes before we establish that very low data rate with the crew following splashdown, so we'll keep a sharp ear out and obviously carry that on the Orion to Earth loops that we provide for you and have been since the beginning of our coverage with launch back on April 1st. Here in Mission Control, the focus of attention is the upcoming Return Trajectory Correction 3 burn. That's coming up less than 13 minutes from now. We're a couple of minutes out from maneuvering to that orientation.
Copy that. All is calm on board, Jackie. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. While we wait for the burn, this view from the deck of the USS John P. Murtha showing some of the armada of helicopters. There will be Navy helicopters hovering over Integrity following splashdown, 2 of them to be employed in the hoisting of the crew members off of the front porch raft that will be erected alongside the vehicle following splashdown. 2 crew members, 2 astronauts for each of the 2 helicopters for the short ride back to the deck of the Murtha, where they will be brought into the medical bay for comprehensive post-flight medical exams. We'll have a lot more from the ship once we begin our NASA Plus coverage that will be simulcast with our continuing YouTube 24/7 coverage, the NASA Plus coverage beginning at 5:30 p.m. Central, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Continuing with the view of the crew in the cabin of Integrity, as we are almost 7 minutes away now from the return trajectory correction number 3 burn. Integrity systems are functioning in excellent shape. The weather at the splashdown zone out in the Pacific is go and is forecast to be go. We are committed, of course, to a splashdown, that return trajectory that will enable Integrity's astronauts to splash down at 7:07 p.m. Central tonight. That was guaranteed with the translunar injection burn back on April 2nd that took the vehicle and its 4 crew members out of low Earth orbit, following a 24-hour period of a high Earth orbit elliptical trajectory. At the low point of that trajectory, which was some 43,000 by 0 miles, at the low point, that's when Integrity's engine fired. The service module engine fired to break out of our Earth orbit and send humans en route to the moon for the first time since December of 1972. It also guaranteed what was known as a free return trajectory that the laws of orbital mechanics dictated would carry Integrity on a loop around the moon and its historic lunar flyby the other day, and then on the trip back to Earth, which will culminate with a splashdown this evening, 5 hours and 19 minutes from now. As you can see, the maneuver to the burn attitude has induced quite a bit of sunlight coming into the crew cabin. We're now under 5 minutes until the burn.
Integrity, Orion is in burn attitude.
And it is an unbelievably spectacular view. Thanks, Jackie.
Reed Wiseman responding to Capcom Jackie Mahaffey, that attitude into the burn orientation for the return trajectory correction burn coming up in just under 4 minutes, has offered the crew yet another spectacular view of the Earth growing larger in their windows.
Integrity Houston in 22.3 critical Q card. We're looking for the BFS burn ATP to no go. To go, excuse me. To go.
catch, Jackie. We are BFS burn ATP go, and we do not need to command the no-go on this because we're SM plus X.
Good words. Sorry about the confusion, and we see a good config.
Coming up on 1 minute till the burn. Mark, 1 minute. This is an 8-second burn with a change in velocity of 4.2 feet per second. Ten seconds. Burn underway. Good engine, good control. Burn complete.
Integrity looks like a good RTC-3 burn, and we are assessing details.
Hey, Jackie, we see the same on board, and we just wanted to give a huge shout-out to that ESA Airbus team, to our friends in the Netherlands and Germany and at the Glenn Research Center. This vehicle powered us, and it propelled us from the Earth to the Moon and back with extreme precision, and we are excited to be a part of your team.
Houston and centers around the world, copy. Thank you.
Commander Reed Wiseman with a shout out.
Jackie, we are ready to reconfigure our F7 SIP switches for entry, if you can give us that go.
You are go for F7 switches.
Reed Wiseman providing a shout out to the European engineering community.
Copy the go.
Which built the European service module.
And you are now maneuvering back to biased tail to sun attitude.
We see it.
That European service module will separate from the crew module this evening at 6:33 p.m. shortly after we hand over communications from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system, and about 4 minutes before the crew module will use its thrusters in a 19-second raise burn to lift the aft end of the vehicle into the final angle of attack for entrance into the Earth's atmosphere and the mitigation of excessive heat loads on the heat shield of Integrity. So, with the final major burn having been successfully completed, the crew is now preparing to complete the configuration of the crew cabin, a final stowage capability, and an opportunity to put other items away that they will not need during the entry phase. They'll move into their entry checklist about 2 hours from now at about 4 p.m. Central Time. Events will start to accelerate in terms of time as we approach the point at which entry interface will begin.
We're going to need a copy of that photo when you guys get back. Copy them. Integrity. FIDO confirmed that that was a great RTC3.
Outstanding. Thanks, Fido. And a second thanks to the team. That's awesome.
Integrity prop post-burn reconfig is complete. And if you were hanging out in step 23.4, you can skip it. We are in a good config.
And Jackie, we were talking about seats. I'm in instruction 337 of 392, and then can you repeat that call?
Yep, the prop post-burn reconfig is complete, and there is no need for the remainder of 23.4. You can consider that closed out.
Remainder of 23.4, closed out, copy. And Jackie, just confirm, I know you said the rest of 23.4. I'm not looking at this in steps, just instructions. Confirm that's the BFS configured for the burn subsequent steps as well.
Affirm, all the way through instruction 347 can be skipped.
Okay, I see that takes us to step 24. I did not do any of the remaining steps in step 23, and that is over to you, MCC. We're moving back to cabin config.
Houston copies and concurs. And Victor and the rest of the Integrity crew, the only DPC-related topic we had for you this morning was to sync up on cabin config and get a status of where you are in the procedure.
Okay, Jackie, we're with you on that. We are complete through step 7. Actually, step 8 now is complete as well. And step 15 is complete. And we'll update you on the rest as we go along.
We copy all.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 8 days, 20 hours, 33 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. We are under 5 hours now from the splashdown of Integrity in the Pacific off the coast of San Diego to wrap up this lunar flyby mission. Integrity systems are in excellent shape. The recovery team on the USS Mertha out in the Pacific is at the ready. The ship is basically parked in the right position to be able to expedite a recovery of the crew following splashdown and after the vehicle has been powered down. Navy helicopters, divers, other recovery personnel will move alongside the capsule to set up a large inflatable raft called a front porch that will be used to extract the crew members in one by one after the hatch is opened. That process of extracting the crew is timelined at least and has been practiced to occur some 45 minutes to an hour after splashdown. The weather conditions out in the Pacific are ideal for today's splashdown. We're talking winds just 10 knots and wave heights less than 4 feet. You couldn't ask for better weather for this homecoming for Integrity, the first time that a crew will have splashed down in the vehicle in the Artemis program. We completed the final major maneuver of the mission using the European Service Module's thrusters a short time ago. That was the return trajectory correction number 3 burn. That basically fine-tuned ever so slightly the trajectory and the path of Integrity and sweetened the angle of attack so that we hit the right corridor coming in over the Pacific Ocean with onboard computers honed in on the splashdown zone some 1,701 nautical miles downrange from the start of entry interface. Splashdown is scheduled at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset at the splashdown site. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 20 hours, 39 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. There is our planet, growing larger in the field of view with each passing minute. We are currently 34,900 nautical miles from Earth and beginning to accelerate toward a splashdown in the Pacific for this four-person crew, 4 hours and 52 minutes from now. Everything on board Integrity is in great shape. All the systems are functioning perfectly. The crew is in the process of wrapping up their cabin configuration, stowing final items that they no longer need for the remainder of their journey. They will also move into an entry checklist in about an hour and 45 minutes, reviewing entry procedures and the latest uplink messages to them before we begin the process of getting the crew suited up prior to the crew module, service module separation. All is well aboard Integrity, and the weather is go for splashdown. The USS John P. Murtha is in place in the recovery zone, ready to begin deploying its assets for imagery as well as for the recovery operations themselves.
Integrity Houston, for the TLT unconverged caution, we were running orb guide post-burn to look at post-burn targeting, and that particular sequence did not include running TLT. That is what triggered the caution. We have no concerns.
Okay, outstanding. Thank you.
That call from Capcom Jackie Mahaffey to the crew, indicating TLT, which is a targeted landing trajectory. That is simply a value that was placed on board on the onboard computers, but is not being used for today's entry by the crew. The last maneuver that will be conducted by Integrity will occur at 6:37 p.m. Central Time tonight. That is the crew module raise burn. That occurs about 4 minutes after the crew module will have separated from the service module. This will be about a 19-second burn with a velocity change of about 9.9 feet per second as the precursor to entry interface. The raise burn designed as a final opportunity to sweeten the flight path angle, the angle of attack, if you will, of the vehicle as it enters the Earth's atmosphere, placing the vehicle in the proper orientation perfectly with precision to mitigate any excessive heat loads on the heat shield of the spacecraft. Entry interface will begin at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of 400,000 feet, while Integrity is traveling 34,882 feet per second with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. Within 24 seconds after entry interface, which is essentially the top of the Earth's atmosphere where the crew will begin to feel the tug of gravity, we'll start a 6-minute blackout period, that is expected, in which we'll lose communications with the crew and data here in the flight control room. The blackout is induced by the buildup of ionization from the interaction of the velocity of the vehicle with the friction of Earth's atmosphere. It creates a plasma shield around the vehicle, preventing communications from occurring. That 6-minute blackout is scheduled to end right around 7 p.m. straight up. And at that point, the vehicle will have descended to an altitude of 157,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 13,300 feet per second.
Houston Integrity, could you go off board on the cameras for a couple, please?
In work. And Integrity, Cab 3 is not streaming.
Thank you, Jackie. Houston integrity, step 9 is complete. The seats are configured.
Houston, copy seats.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 21 hours, 5 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. Several countdown clocks are ticking backward here in the flight control room as the Earth grows larger and larger in the field of view. In order, the next major milestone will be a raise burn of the crew module. That raise burn will follow the separation of the crew module from the service module this evening. The separation of the crew module is scheduled at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. 4 minutes later, at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, we'll conduct about a 19-second raise burn. This is a slight maneuver to tilt up the aft end of Integrity in a final opportunity to fine-tune the angle of attack that Integrity will incur as it enters the Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. The entry path for Integrity today is portrayed here in this graphic. Basically, entry interface is 1,701 nautical miles uprange, if you will, from the expected splashdown point near the USS John Murtha, the recovery ship, and off the coast of San Diego. The entry interface point is critical because what we want to do is put Integrity in an orientation that will mitigate a peak heating on the heat shield. For a point of comparison, during Artemis I, we had an entry range of 3,178 nautical miles from the point of entry interface and a 20-minute entry profile. That was the so-called skip entry, in which the Artemis I vehicle dipped into the atmosphere to dissipate some energy, then lofted or skipped out of the atmosphere, then dipped a second and final time back into the atmosphere before splashing down. What that resulted in was a higher heat load on the heat shield, which caused unexpected char liberation. So rather than design the heat shield or replace it for Artemis II, we elected to go into a different trajectory profile. This one with a max entry range of 1,775 nautical miles, or in today's case, all of our maneuvers and orbital mechanics will take us 1,701 nautical miles downrange from the point of entry interface. This will only be a 13.5-minute entry profile for Integrity and its astronauts, and results in a much lower heat load on the heat shield. This is deliberate so that we have the lessening effect of charring on the heat shield, should there be any at all, and we do expect some. But this will more than protect the astronauts from the effects of peak heating, which will be some 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit during the maximum peak heating around the vehicle. That will also cause a 6-minute blackout because of ionization as heat is repelled or thwarted from the heat shield while the vehicle flies in the direction of travel towards splashdown. The raise burn that places us in our final orientation for angle of attack into entry interface, that raise burn is scheduled at 6:37 p.m. Central Time. Entry interface itself is scheduled at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time, when we hit the top of the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling about 34,800 feet per second. We expect our peak velocity just a few moments later, and that peak velocity is forecast by flight dynamics to be 34,965 feet per second, or 23,839 miles an hour. Now, this all occurs after we begin the blackout period of 6 minutes. We will lose communications with the vehicle just 24 seconds after we enter the Earth's atmosphere or entry interface, as you see there. This is an expected 6-minute blackout that will begin at 6:53 and 55 seconds PM Central Time and will last almost until 7 p.m. straight up Central Time. Once we regain communications with the crew following the blackout, we will continue a series of roll reversals. These are gentle rolls to the left and back to the right, essentially bleeding off excess energy and excess heat on the vehicle as we approach the splashdown site. The vehicle is expected to go subsonic at 7:02 and 25 seconds PM Central Time. That's about 8.5 or almost 9 minutes after the beginning of entry interface. And at that point, we will be at an altitude of 59,000 feet above the Pacific Ocean. A series of parachute deployments will begin. The first of that will be the forward bay cover parachutes that will basically pull the top forward bay cover off the very top of the vehicle, allowing other parachute deployment activities to occur. The forward bay cover chute deployment is scheduled at 7:03 and 22 seconds PM Central Time at an altitude of 23,946 feet. The forward bay cover parachutes are used in conjunction with pyrotechnic thrusters to ensure the separation of that forward bay cover, protecting Orion and its parachutes during the heat of reentry. Following that, there'll be the deployment of Drogue chutes. These are 2 Drogue parachutes, 23 feet in diameter. These Drogue chutes will be deployed at an altitude of 23,483 feet. At this point, our velocity will have slowed from almost 24,000 feet per second to just 470 feet per second in a matter of minutes. 3 pilot parachutes will be used to lift and deploy the main parachutes from the crew module forward bay. Those main parachutes, 3 of them, are used to slow the crew module down to a splashdown at a speed that ensures astronaut safety. Each main parachute 265 feet in length from the crew module attachment to the top when inflated. The main chute deployment is scheduled at 7:04 and 44 seconds PM Central Time. Now that's just 11 minutes and 13 seconds after the start of entry interface. At this point, we'll be at an altitude of 5,445 feet above the Pacific. And splashdown to complete this mission is scheduled at 7:07 and 7 seconds PM Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset. The crew will splash down in the Pacific southwest of San Diego at a gentle rate of just 19 miles an hour. Following splashdown, the flight control team here in Houston is not done. Our work is just beginning at that point as we begin the process of powering down the vehicle. This is after we have established communications with the crew through a very low data rate system. The communications link will no longer be active through the tracking and data relay satellite system, so we're going to be going to a very low data rate system. We hope to establish communications with the crew fairly rapidly. That's not guaranteed. It depends on the orientation of the vehicle. The likelihood is the vehicle will splash down upright in what's known as stable 1. Whether it's upright or in some other orientation, we'll begin the process of inflating 5 inflatable airbags that are positioned in a circumferential manner around the forward bay cover at the top of integrity. These airbags will be inflated through helium. Those 5 airbags will guarantee the proper orientation upright for the spacecraft through the rest of the process of extracting the crew, which should take some 45 minutes to an hour to complete. Navy divers, fast boats, a pair of Navy helicopters, other recovery personnel will come alongside the vehicle to begin erecting an inflatable raft called the front porch that the crew will be extracted into. You've seen that in movies. You've seen it in the Apollo program and archival footage. And one by one, the crew will be hoisted in alternating fashion to 2 hovering Navy helicopters for the trip back to the deck of the USS John Murtha, where they will leave the helicopters and move into medical bay on the ship for comprehensive medical examinations. As the astronauts aboard Integrity are in the process of stowing final items in the cabin before they move into their entry checklists, a final review of the procedures and the timelined activities for the rest of this mission. The next major milestone, once again, will be the separation of the European service module, which has performed valiantly throughout the course of this flight, from the crew module. That pyrotechnic separation scheduled 3 hours and 41 minutes from now. Just 3.5 minutes after that will be the crew module raise burn. That raise burn is scheduled at 6:37 p.m. Central Time. It's expected to be about a 19-second firing of the crew module thrusters in one final opportunity to fine-tune the angle of attack for Integrity as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. Splashdown 4 hours, 14 minutes from now, southwest of San Diego, where the weather is forecast to be ideal. Just some broken and scattered clouds expected, 10-knot winds, wave heights less than 4 feet. You couldn't ask for a better day out in the Pacific for the homecoming of the first crew to fly aboard the Orion spacecraft. At a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 21 hours, 18 minutes into the flight, this is Mission Control Houston.
Houston Integrity, Jackie, steps 10 and 11 are complete.
Houston copies steps 10 and 11. You guys are on track, looking great.
For those just joining this view of the key players here in Mission Control, part of the flight control team, Rick Henfling, second from the right, is the entry flight director for this mission. Seated to his left is Judd Freeling, who was the flight director for Ascent back on April 1st. Jackie Mahaffey is second from the left. She is the Capcom whose voice you'll be hearing throughout the course of the afternoon and evening, talking directly to Integrity's astronauts through Splashdown. Stan Love, a veteran astronaut, is on the far left of your screen. He was the Ascent Capcom. He's joining Mahaffey today as a second set of eyes on all the data that we'll be discussing and hearing from the crew during the course of their high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere. And this is Mission Control Houston. You can see one of the helicopters that will be involved in the recovery operations, having taken off from the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. Recovery operations underway. Several helicopters will be employed not just for recovery but for imagery activities. On the deck of the John P. Murtha, a view of multiple views, camera views, that are being provided to us courtesy of John P. Murtha that we'll be utilizing throughout the course of the evening in our coverage. Once we start the NASA Plus coverage at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, that's a simulcast of our 24/7 YouTube coverage. My colleague from the Kennedy Space Center, Megan Cruz, is on the Murtha, and she'll be providing updates and interviews as well as we continue our operational coverage of the recovery of the Integrity astronauts following their lunar flyby mission.
Houston integrity for toilet configure for return.
Go ahead.
We have an empty canister. Can you confirm that I don't need to do steps 1.2 to 1.4?
Checking. And Christina, we concur you do not need to perform the steps you listed.
Thanks, Jackie.
This is Mission Control Houston, 8 days, 21 hours, 38 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. On board, all is quiet, as it is here in Mission Control, with everything moving along in trip hammer fashion, in good shape, all of Integrity's systems in great shape, and the weather at the splashdown zone off the coast of San Diego couldn't be better. A forecast of go conditions with winds of just 10 knots, wave heights less than 4 feet, ideal conditions for the recovery of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen following their splashdown, which is just 3 hours and 53 minutes from now. The next major milestone coming up in 3 hours and 19 minutes, that will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module that has performed perfectly during the course of the flight. The service module separation from the crew module scheduled at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. Just 4 minutes later, there will be a slight maneuver, a raise burn as it is called. This will tilt the aft end of the crew module upward ever so slightly in one final opportunity to refine the flight path angle, the angle of attack, if you will, as Integrity enters the Earth's atmosphere at the point called entry interface. That is at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time, or some 16 minutes after the raise burn itself. All of these events will be happening fairly rapidly as we move over the next few hours toward a splashdown of the crew and a completion of a mission that will have totaled 694,481 miles from launch to splashdown.
Houston, integrity for timeline.
Christina, we're with you.
Hey, Jackie. You guys okay if we start entry checklist 30 minutes early?
Checking. And Integrity Houston for entry checklist. We are ready for you to begin 18.0.1 entry checklist, steps 1 through 6.
Copy. We're go entry checklist 1 through 6. Thanks.
And step 3 for GPS can be skipped. GPS has been powered and it still looks good.
Copy. Step 3 is a skip.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 21 hours, 50 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. The crew is completing the configuration of the crew cabin. Soon they'll be breaking out their launch and entry suits in preparation for donning those suits and conducting leak checks as we get a bit further along in the entry preparation time frame. Meanwhile, we're looking forward to the next major milestone. That will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module 3 hours and 7 minutes from now. That's scheduled to occur at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, 7:33 p.m. Eastern Time. 4 minutes after that, we'll conduct a raise burn. This will be about a 19-second firing of Integrity's thrusters with a change in velocity of 9.9 feet per second. That will adjust the angle of attack of the vehicle by gently tipping the aft end of Integrity higher, if you will, like sitting in a reclining chair and basically leaning back a bit. This angle of attack adjustment is specifically designed and pre-planned to enter the Earth's atmosphere at entry interface later this evening at the proper angle to minimize heating effects on Integrity's heat shield. It's worth mentioning once again that the difference between this entry and the uncrewed entry of Artemis I is that on Artemis I, we flew a trajectory known as a skip entry, which involved an initial dip into the atmosphere to dissipate some energy, and then we lofted back out of the atmosphere briefly, then dipped back in a second time before splashing down in the Pacific. After the flight, the post-flight inspection and video analysis showed that there was an area of mechanical char liberation that was not expected. And so after extensive analysis and the review of an independent review team, it was determined to adjust the entry profile for Artemis II, minimizing the range of entry from 3,178 nautical miles to a distance of just 1,775 nautical miles across the Pacific. So instead of 20 minutes of exposure to heating effects, today we're going to only encounter 13.5 minutes of heat loads on the vehicle. Our intended splashdown target is about 1,701 nautical miles downrange from the point of entry interface. It will be about 13.5 minutes from the time that we enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time to the point of splashdown at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time. In that brief 13.5 minute period, peak heating on the vehicle should be about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the heat to be repelled by Integrity's heat shield, as it is for any vehicle entering the Earth's atmosphere that has a crew on board. The crew should be experiencing a G load on their bodies of about 3.9 Gs at peak loads on the crew members, feeling the tug of Earth's gravity for the first time in 9 days. We will decelerate from a speed of 23,839 miles an hour just after we begin the blackout period of 6 minutes in duration to a splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour, all that happening in rapid-fire succession. Splashdown now 3 hours and 36 minutes from now, 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. The USS John P. Murtha is on station. Some of the airborne assets, helicopters, and fixed-wing aircraft are taking off in sequential fashion from the deck of the ship. These are imagery assets the actual Navy recovery helicopters that will hoist the crew out of the front porch inflatable raft that will be erected alongside the hatchway to Integrity. And there's a live view from the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. It is a bit overcast. We do expect those clouds to lift a bit over the next few hours. We should have some broken and scattered clouds. It won't be crystal clear blue skies out there in the Pacific, but the weather is go and forecast to be go by the Spaceflight Meteorology Group. The Navy helicopters will be hovering over the spacecraft once it is powered down, and once it is guaranteed to be uprighted through the inflation of the 5 crew module uprighting system airbags that will take place shortly after splashdown. The Navy divers and Navy flight surgeon will pull alongside the spacecraft to begin the process of erecting the front porch. Then they will open up the hatch and begin to extract the crew members one by one. They'll have an opportunity to get their land legs back a bit before they're hoisted one by one in harnesses up inside the 2 awaiting helicopters. They'll be hoisted up in alternating fashion. So there'll be two crew members for each helicopter for the short ride back to the Murtha. Once they arrive on the deck of the ship, they'll be brought into medical bay for comprehensive medical exams. That is all part of the post-flight medical evaluation of these crew members as they complete their mission around the moon and back to Earth.
Guys, can you hear me well? Let me know if you can hear me well.
Integrity Houston for entry checklist.
Yeah, let me see if I can turn.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Hey, Reed, a couple of questions for you. We realized we didn't give you an explicit thumbs up to perform step 1.2 for the flight path angle hash mark update, so we wanted to confirm that you did, in fact, perform the set EI FPA limits procedure. And secondly, we want your opinion on the in and out CMIS caution. Is that something that will be distracting such that we should inhibit it?
Yeah, they are having a lot of trouble with the testing of the heat shield. So everyone is very nervous about that heat shield problem. So when they are entering...
Okay, we are going to go execute 1.2. We had skipped that, and we would prefer to inhibit the CMOS caution on board.
Okay, we copy, and just to close the loop on that will mean on flight.landing you would not have a yellow or down arrow indication if that does stay below the threshold.
And that is totally fine.
Guys, if you haven't subscribed, please do. It's going to help sending notifications. Lot of data is coming in, and some of that, hey, a little bit, how are you? Folks, thanks for joining the stream. If you haven't subscribed, please do subscribe. It is free. So thank you for subscribing into the channel. Thank you, thank you. It's a very big day, folks. When it is coming in almost close to 25,000 miles per hour. The speed of the entry is incredible. The speed already is increased right now. Right now it is running at 7,940 miles per hour. So as it is approaching, the speed is increasing. Let me show you a different view for you, so that you will get an idea of how big the deal is. It's almost like a final descent, folks. We have 3 more hours left at this moment. At this tracking rate, I think we'll be taking every message that is coming from the crew. Oh, you can't count on me. I'm just barely a messenger. So I'm here watching like you all watching. I have no power in my hands to control anything, what they're doing. So we are at this moment, unfortunately, audience and spectators. That's all we can do. We can definitely send a prayer, yes. Prayer is the most powerful thing that we can do right now, and that we will do for sure. So if you are subscribing, if you are joining right now, please do subscribe. I think that will help. Subscription is free, and also you can chat if you are a subscriber. That will be very interesting. I did kept the slow mode on, I believe. The slow-mo is on, right? Yeah. So it will be interesting. Thank you. Stoneheart Kathy. How come you are a Stoneheart? But anyway, so Kathy, yes, thank you. Appreciate. No, anytime. Why the speed is increasing? The gravity is increasing. Like think of this way, right? So as you come closer to the moon, as you come closer to the Earth. When I say moon, I'm still back thinking of Artemis going to the moon, folks. So as you come closer to the Earth, you are seeing the weight of the Earth is pushing our space fabric down, right? As it is pushing the space fabric down, you will have a lot more gravity than normally. So once you have a lot more gravity, the speed is going to increase. More gravity, more speed, that's what it is. And less time. They are oppositely, like inversely proportional, right? So more gravity means you are obviously slowing the time down, but your speed increases immensely. So yeah, that's way too fast. Their speed right now, the speed, guys. If you want to keep your eyes and understand what is going on now, I wanted to show you all. Keep your eyes on the speed. Don't look at anything else. The speed is going to go massive, really, really big. So that's where I would put my time and effort to understand what's going on. So when these space shuttles enters the Earth or starts descending down towards the Earth, Voyager has nothing to do with Mick. You're asking, Voyager has nothing to do with the space shuttles. It is completely in interstellar space. And I believe it is flying at 25 kilometers. Is it somewhere between, let me look up, somewhere between 25 to 70 kilometers per second. That's way too much compared to what our space shuttle is doing. And Voyager speed doesn't really matter because it's completely interstellar space, right? Yeah, the speed now increased by
integrity for toilet deactivation.
By 1,000 miles.
Integrity, Jack, you had to step off for a second. Go ahead for toilet.
Yeah, it is 17 kilometers per second, as I was saying, Voyager. So if you want to convert it,
integrity for toilet deactivation.
It's flying at 38,000.
Integrity, Jack, you had to step off for a second. Go ahead for toilet. Houston copies. Putting that in work.
38,000 miles per hour, Voyager.
Great to hear your voice. We are ready for MCC to deactivate the toilet.
Houston copies. Putting that in work.
How do you slow down? You slow down with 16 parachutes, Nancy. So they are going to deploy 8 parachutes first.
This is Mission Control Houston. Communication from Christina Cook on board Integrity to spacecraft communicator Stan Love.
Integrity for burn telemetry on CM raise burn. 2 questions.
This is Mission Control Houston. Communication from Christina Cook on board Integrity to spacecraft communicator Stan Love.
Hey, Jackie, we see a Delta V tote on our display telemetry on CM, which is fairly close to the 8.5 on the entry pad, but our TIGO on the display is 44 seconds, and the entry pad estimated 19 seconds. Hey, Jackie, we see a Delta V tote on our display of 9.9.
Hey Reed, good catch. The explanation there is that Delta V is about what we expect update-wise, but the TIGO calculation is not understanding that you will not have the SM when you burn CM rays. So it's doing a different mass calculation there. Is about what we expect update-wise, but the TIGO calculation is not understanding that you will not have the SM when you burn CM rays. So it's doing a different mass calculation there.
I'm running
I remember that class in November
This is Mission Control, Houston.
in Building 5
Commander Reed Wiseman inquiring about the values for the upcoming crew module raise burn. Again, as we've explained, this burn that's scheduled 2 hours and 51 minutes from now is designed to
This is Mission Control, Houston.
The angle
Commander Reed
of
Wiseman
attack, inquiring about the
upward.
values, basically raising the aft end of the vehicle prior to the
entry
interface
crew module raise
to
burn.
improve the
Again,
angle
as
of
we've
attack and
explained,
minimize
this
heating effects on the
burn
heat shield for
that's
the
scheduled
Orion
2
vehicle.
hours and
51 minutes from now.
The crew module raise
designed
burn
to
will occur
tilt
about 4 minutes after
the
service
angle
module
of
is
attack
separated from the
a
crew
bit
module.
upward, basically
And we're
raising the
expecting
aft
about a
end of the vehicle
19-second burn
prior to entry
The
interface
toilet is unpowered.
to improve the angle of attack and minimize heating effects on the heat shield for the Orion vehicle. The crew module raise burn will occur about 4 minutes after the crew
service
module raise
module
burn is
expected to be
separated from the
19
crew
seconds
module,
in duration,
and we're
with a
expecting
change
about a
in velocity
19-second
of
burn,
about
9.9 feet per
The toilet
second.
is
Once again,
unpowered.
that's designed to fine-tune the angle of attack for integrity as it enters the Earth's atmosphere, which will occur about 16.5 minutes after the raise burn
crew module
itself.
raise burn is expected
And
to
as
be
you heard,
19 seconds in duration.
Spacecraft
with a
communicator
change in
Jackie
velocity
Mahaffey
of about
relaying
9.9
that
feet per second.
we have sent
Once
commands
again,
that's
turn
designed
off
to
the ship's
fine-tune
potty,
the angle of
so
attack
it is
for
no longer to be
integrity
used for the
as it
remainder of the
enters
mission
the
with
Earth's
splashdown
atmosphere,
schedule 3
which
hours
will
and
occur
19
about
minutes from
16.5 minutes after the raise burn itself. And as you heard, the 4 crew members on board Integrity, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, are in the process of completing the stowage of items in the crew cabin before they move into their entry checklist, basically looking through all of the chronological procedures that lie ahead for the rapid-fire succession of all of the events
Guys,
that will
you are
unfold over the
talking
course of
about,
the next 3
I'm going to
hours.
mute them for a second. Hold on. So when you are blocking people, you are blocking just for yourself, not on the channel. So when you block, you are blocking for yourself, not for the people. Okay. So if somebody is, just behaving, just let me know. We will figure it out. But when you block it, you are blocking for yourself, not for the channel. Just want to make sure you are aware of that. Because most of, unless you are a mod, right? If I give you the mod permission, maybe you can block on behalf of me. So thanks. The echo was disturbing. Yeah, actually the echo I did because I'm doing dual stream. I'm monitoring multiple channels. Common citizen, what's happening was I need to figure out, I'm not getting the data I'm looking for. So I'm like going, I would say, a little crazy to find out where these, where exactly the controls are, right? Where is that, where the sensors are, where is the data? So some of it is being talked over, but most of the stuff is not very well coming out. So I'm trying to see if I can get more data. So that's what is happening there. Yeah, you're basically sliding down, hands free. Oh my goodness. Did you guys see it? Did you guys see before the feed was cut? Yeah, I'll be live today, folks. I will be there live. Do it yourself series, I believe you're asking. Yes, I'll be live. I'm watching it for sure. And while I'm watching it, I'm just live to make sure I'm all watching with you all. So no, I saw if you guys can go back to the live stream, it will be interesting what I saw. So anyway, maybe that is just a fluke. It's right now going at 8,160 miles per hour. It's descending down 8,162. That is quite a lot, folks. Very impressive. I put that back on. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, reverse image, any NASA photo, all used before. Somebody is talking about something else. They are close to 8,200 miles per hour, folks. 8,200, that's a lot. They're so close to the Earth right now, so. Really, really close to the Earth. If you're asking me, like, their distance from the Earth is like 28,000 miles, so they are in a way safe because they are inside our magnetosphere. So, which is a good news. Nene, thank you for joining. Trish, thank you. Oh, Ray, these are lots of people in here who are bored and just like to hear the sound of their own voices. Yeah, probably. I'm trying to figure it out. So, yeah, it's a very interesting group of folks. Always lot of different. Yes, 28,465. Sorry, 460 now. It's counting down. Common citizen. That's correct. Laos Astros. I'm trying to say your name. Hello, nice people. Thank you for saying that.
Integrity Houston for a post-RTC3 tracking update. Hey, the post-RTC3 tracking looks
Hello from Portugal. Nair, thank you for joining.
to CM rays and did not yet have GPS acquisition. We would still be go for CM rays from that perspective. And so overall, I can confirm the post-RTC3 trajectory is within EI limits.
This is Mission Control Houston. The tip of the hat from Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen to the flight dynamics folks and the guidance, navigation, and control officer. The RTC-3 burn that was conducted just over 2 hours ago, which was basically a final fine-tuning of the trajectory of integrity to hit the sweet spot in the corridor over the Pacific Ocean for entry interface, was so perfect that we are dead on the center line down the corridor. And the crew module raise burn that is scheduled at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, and which will be conducted, is only required to lift the aft end of the vehicle ever so slightly by a degree or two to improve the angle of attack of the spacecraft as it enters the atmosphere, mitigating peak heating effects on the heat shield for integrity. But our trajectory is dead set, right on the money, right down the pike, heading for a splashdown 3 hours and 10 minutes from now at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Tiny House Ranch, can you please send me an email? Hello, Liz. Thanks for joining from New Zealand. Thank you. Thank you. So you're saying there was a huge meteor in the Wyoming area 2 nights ago? Yeah, let me check that for you. Yeah, it's probably a fireball. That's what I'm assuming. So right now it's Lyrids show, so April 14th through April 30th. So what you are watching probably is I think they are Lyrids. But I'm looking at the data for you. So today is the 10th. You're saying a couple of days ago in the Wyoming, you said? Yeah, there is one here in Washington area. Oh, it landed. Oh, you saw it from South Dakota, landed in. Wow. I believe you must be talking. Let me check. Yeah, you must be talking this event. Because this is the event that was in Omaha area. I wanted to see something close to South Dakota though. Yeah, this is the one, guys. Yeah, right here. This is the one that you saw. Correct? I hope this is the one you are reporting. This is huge. This is huge, guys. Yeah, this is huge. It's really big. Several people reported, so I'll pull up the video for you. I'm giving credit to Mr. Michael in South Dakota. Oh my goodness, look at that. Did you see it? It's like right here. It's coming down. Look at that. Wow. Fascinating. Fascinating. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that. Oh, a little bit, anytime. How thick is the atmosphere? It's 12 miles. Stephen, 12 miles from the surface of the earth. From surface of the earth above the ground, like 12 miles is really thick atmosphere. That's what we are dealing with. But this entry point is going to be much before that, right? So we are talking like close to 2,000 to 3,000 miles away, right? These entry points, when they come, it gets very, very intense. Very intense. Very intense. Why is there a blackout? Well, blackout is because it is going at an incredible speed of 25,000 miles per hour, and it is pretty much burning in the atmosphere with extreme heat. So, which is going to cause like no other communications to get through the space from inside the spacecraft to outside because of the weather outside. I don't have a good analogy, but I can tell you when you are yeah, I don't have a good analogy, but something to do with the way even when you are landing too, right? Particularly when you are doing the takeoff and landing in an aircraft, you might experience a bit of it because of the speed and also all the local atmosphere. It's a very low flat angle. I can tell you the exact number, but I believe it's probably less than 7 degrees when it is entering. I'm talking about from the orbit. But once it gets to the atmosphere, once it gets to the earth, it is going to be coming straight down. Yeah, 6.5 degrees. The re-entry of the flight path, like 7 degrees. Typically, that's what they use, like 6.5, 7 degrees, because that is like a very nice, almost like think of you coming down a fabric, space fabric, down 6.5, 7 degrees. But once it comes into the, yeah, it's like 25,000 miles per hour, folks. Close to 27 degrees heat it is going to generate. You always remember your old subscribers with names. Thank you for all the answers. Oh yeah, I know most of the... Usually I read my comments and I read people. So I read people in the sense like read the names of the people so I can remember them. So I mean most of these people are like, family to me. So they are not, some maybe 5 to 10% of them troll on the internet, but rest of the folks are all like you and me kind of people. Oh, you are on the 75-inch TV. Oh, nice. Yeah, the red lines are coming in because of the camera fault, the transmission fault. That's what is happening. But you can see now the moon, the earth is very, very clear, very clear. I'll be back 1 second, guys. I'll grab some water and come. So you're watching both on the video, TV and the cell phone. Wow. Cool. Very cool. I don't think you're going to miss a thing. You are on our channel, so you're good. We'll keep an intense eye on what's going on. It's 8,500 miles, folks. 8,500, not 8.5. 8,500 miles per hour. Extreme, extreme. Hello, Laura. Thanks for joining. It's very interesting how fast the space, it seems like nothing is moving.
Houston integrity com check from seat 1.
Seat 1, have you loud and clear coming down on both OE 1 and 2? How me on 1?
Got you loud and clear on 1, Jackie. We're going to stay in this config on both 1 and 2, and Reed and Victor are in our seats, slowly proceeding along.
Okay, we copy, and just to confirm, that means that you've got the bulk of your suits donned, is that correct?
Just for Reed and Victor, A-firm. We're not gloved, not helmeted yet.
Copy all. Thanks.
Yeah, that volcano last night that we saw live, that thing is still quite hot. I mean, it looks like mostly smoke at this moment.
Integrity BFS is configured for entry with outputs inhibited. And a
Yeah,
reminder,
I think they
when you
turned
get
off
to
their...
step 9.3, use your separate instance of 18.3.101 to save off the time.
Yeah, they turned off their
100%.
main
Thanks.
VCAM. What is left now is the yeah, pretty much it is all smoke and dust. That's what we are seeing right now. You guys can see it. Pretty much you are seeing all the smoke and dust from the volcano. It's raining over there, which is a good news. So, with all the heat that was generated yesterday,
Houston integrity com check from C2.
Victor, have you loud and clear? I'm coming up on 1. How me?
hey, Jace and Gina, you are on live video call to the US.
Jackie, I have you loud and clear on 1.
You have 3 screens up, and I'm here with Shirley. Very nice, very nice. Cosmic Ray, thank you. Appreciate Jess, thank you. Appreciate the support as well. Thank you very much.
Jackie.
Trish, thank you for cheering up. Yeah, it is so far going smooth, but touch wood. We want to make sure the rest is going well as well. So, yeah, these are dangerous times, folks. Sometimes, like, they will turn pretty quickly. Tiny House Ranch, thank you, thank you. Yeah, these folks are amazing. The other one, I was looking at the second V2 cam from Hawaii. Even that one shows pretty much like all the smoke and dust coming out of that cam too. I'll share. Yeah, let me share with you the V2 cam. V2 cam is completely full of smoke. You can see that. Nothing going on there. Everything is like pretty much like a lot of haze, lot of clouds, lot of stuff, but you know, not Thank you, Shirley. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Thank you. Anytime, like anything that you are giving as a subscription or a sweet gesture, going into getting cameras, getting filters, doing some cleanup. That's all we are doing. It's a lot of stuff like that. Thank you. And folks, thank you for supporting the people who are supporting as well. So thank you. Yeah, in between the screen is glitching, folks. So unfortunately, we can't do anything about that screen glitch. Interesting. Can you share the ISS view? Let me see if I can bring. ISS view is amazing, folks. It's very interesting how, give me a second, there was a classic view I'm looking at. And then there is this third party view. I used to use that third party view a lot. Yeah, the video stream and the space ground audio will resume when the communication link is restored. That's what it says. So I don't have, at this moment, I think it's just wait and see approach. That's what is going on. So the altitude for ISS camera, it is very interesting. It's just 408 kilometers. Just 408. I can't believe that. That is so low compared to. I'm looking at ISS Live. Dominic, appreciate the support very much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, I was busy getting you some data for the ISS. I wasn't looking at my screen. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your support. Yes, thanks to rest of the folks who are thanking Dominic on my behalf. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I was looking at the ISS right now is like in the blackout period, so it's not releasing any data. I'm trying to see if I can. Yeah, if it is going to come back. Yeah, so I'm going to show you like live view here. Folks, this is let me put that here for everyone. So this is the view that you are seeing right now. So this is moon, and that's the Orion that came in. Sorry, this is stopping you seeing it. Let me turn this off for a second. Trish, thank you. Appreciate the support. Thank you. What else can be done to further slow down if they are coming in too fast? Trish, there isn't anything we can do. Actually, if you slow it down, they cannot enter. That's the problem. So you have to let them come in, and that's the only way they can come into the Earth's atmosphere. Unfortunate truth is that, like, it has to have the entry into the Earth's gravity can only get caught if you come through. You could come slower, like you can use like rockets and boosters and everything else to slow your way you are fast done, but you're fighting way too much. Yeah, that would be the way we can do. There are couple of scenarios that I put together. Let me see if I still have it. Yeah, there are a couple of them that can be done. But all of them are very, very difficult to come in, because Earth gravity is going to crush anything that is coming in, and it is going to bring the drag is one big thing that we can do. That's why they come in at that 7-degree angle. So because of the drag, it will allow them to come slowly, like rather than coming straight up. So that drag is helping them slow down. But unfortunately, that's the unfortunate truth. They have to come in, and the speed is going to be very much close to that. They can slow down artificially, but not a whole lot. Oh, let's get over. Yeah, thank you. Trish, thank you. I know it is a very much a concerning question. So all they can do is control the angle in which it is coming in, and it won't come that fast if it is coming in that angle, but it can be very much steep, that angle, because it's going to leave the earth. It's not going to come into the earth. You know what I mean? So it has to be enough that it is going to fall into the earth. Otherwise, it is going to just become one of our satellites. They won't enter the earth at all.
Jeremy, Houston copies. Thank you.
But the moment they tilt the angle 1 degree or 0.5 degree, it's going to have that speed and that velocity, and even though there is an atmospheric drag, they have to go through that. So yeah, there is like, you can't stop. That's, if you are thinking that way, no, it can be done that way. You think of this way, right? It's like, it's a very bad example, but I'll give you this analogy so that you will understand. So take two magnets, and if you try to come closer to that, they come close, okay, when they come. And when you try to drag them out, you need a lot of power to pull that apart, right? So you need to pull that apart with certain speed, which is going out of the Earth's atmosphere, Earth's gravity. Coming back, you need to come like that. If you don't come, they slide. Have you seen magnets sliding next to each other? They don't touch anymore. Similar feeling, I would say, you get when you are passing in a very no drag angle is going to let it become a satellite for us. So, but I know you understand the concern, yeah. Yeah, so this is really what's going on there. You can see the Orion is right here. They're coming close to the Earth. The moon is here. When moon was here, right? I'll move this little bit here. The moon was around here when the Orion capsule came in, and they're coming in. You see that? The moon was here, and it made one giant turn and came back here. So it started here, went down, and made a turn, coming back now. That's the path. So it started here, went down. This was moon at that time, and they're coming back. That was the angle at which they are coming in. So and by the way, that's live view. Yeah, right now it is close to 9,000 miles per hour. That is correct. Folks, look at this. They are adjusting a little bit the way the aircraft is. I don't know if they are adjusting the solar shield on the...
Control Houston, 8 days, 22 hours, 55 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. On board the vehicle, the four crew members, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Jeremy Hansen and Christina Cook, are suiting up in their Orion crew survival suits, the launch and entry suits that they also wore during their launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st. Once the crew is all suited up, they'll conduct a series of leak checks to make sure that they have good suit integrity, aboard integrity, before they strap themselves into their seats for the final phase of this mission that will culminate with a splashdown in the Pacific 2 hours and 35 minutes from now at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, about 2.5 hours before sunset southwest of San Diego. And the suits are in the process of being leak checked at the present time. We'll relay all that to you in just a few moments. Right now, integrity is just about 20,000 nautical miles from the Earth, continuing to accelerate towards the next major milestone, which will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module 2 hours and 1 minute from now. That separation maneuver, pyrotechnically, will occur at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. That will be followed just 4 minutes later by a raise burn, a 19-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to induce a change in velocity of 9.9 feet per second, slightly raising up the aft end of the vehicle to improve its angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere, and in the process mitigates the peak heating effects on the heat shield of the vehicle.
Yes. Splashdown, can we see it?
Out in the splashdown zone.
We can.
Out in the Pacific Ocean, the weather is forecast to be go by the Spaceflight Meteorology Group here at the Johnson Space Center. Winds of just about 10 knots and wave heights less than 4 feet, which should be ideal for the recovery forces that are being deployed from the USS John Murtha to recover the crew, extract them, hoist them into 2 Navy helicopters, and fly them back to the deck of the Murtha to be brought into medical bay for post-splashdown medical checks. We now have a report from the environmental systems officer here that we have good suit leak checks. All 4 suits have passed the leak check, so we are in good shape here for entry and splashdown coming up just over 2.5 hours from now. One data point, just an update on some numbers that we've just received from Flight Dynamics, and these are unofficial and will not become official until post-flight. We now anticipate that the maximum speed that Integrity will encounter as it enters the Earth's atmosphere will be right around the same time as we enter a communications blackout of 6 minutes in duration. We're expecting Integrity's peak speed at 6:54 and 4 seconds p.m. Central Time, and at that point, the vehicle should be traveling at 24,661.21 miles per hour, which will be just 130 miles short in velocity of the record that was set back in 1969 by the Apollo 10 crew, Tom Stafford, Gene Cernan, and John Young, on their return from orbiting the moon.
Wow.
Once again, that peak speed expected to be reached just a few seconds after the start of entry interface, as the vehicle plummets back into the Earth's atmosphere. The peak speed expected to be reached at 6:54 and 4 seconds p.m. Central Time. And that peak speed now estimated by Flight Dynamics to be 24,661.21 miles per hour, which equates to about Mach 33.
Mach 33. Oh my God.
Integrity, seat 1 and 2, leak check complete. Also, we
my God.
It's giving us a CO2 alarm at 4.4.
That is amazing.
We copy leak check. We saw it as well. And copy CO2 at 4.4. We are discussing.
No, they are not coming in yet.
We also on the AGA have a bit A of 16. We've seen that in the past. Should go away.
They are coming in 2 hours. Basically, they are measuring based on the speed they are coming in now.
And Reed, is the AGA been powered for 5 minutes yet, or are we still in that wait period?
Yeah, they will become Superman, so.
We are in the wait period. We expect that bit will go away.
We copy, and that bit can also indicate that we cannot trust the other values, so we'll check back with you after the 5 minutes on the CO2 level.
Hey, firm.
Yeah, this is something that we were
This is Mission Control Houston. Mission elapsed time of 8 days, 23 hours, 2 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. While we have a moment here, just an opportunity to run down some of the chronological highlights that lie ahead over the next 2.5 hours before Integrity splashes down in the Pacific Ocean. Coming up at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we will begin a simulcast of NASA Plus coverage that will accompany our 24/7 YouTube coverage that we have been providing ever since we began the mission with the tanking of the Space Launch System at the Kennedy Space Center for launch back on April 1st.
Houston, Integrity, we are complete through steps 18. Seats 3 and 4 are yet to suit, obviously.
Jeremy, we copy. You completed 16 through 18, and confirm for us whether you needed any adjustments of CIAS in step 17.
Negative. All the settings were still in their launch config.
Houston copies.
Once again, with the leak checks having been successfully completed on the 4 launch and entry suits for the crew members on board Integrity, once again we'll begin our NASA Plus coverage as a simulcast to our 24/7 YouTube coverage in less than an hour at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. At 6:15 p.m., we're going to hand over communications from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System as Integrity continues to approach the Earth. Currently, Integrity is less than 20,000 nautical miles from its destination and a splashdown in the Pacific. We will separate the European service module from the crew module at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. And just 4 minutes later, we'll conduct a raise burn, a 19-second burn of the Integrity thrusters to slightly tilt the vehicle's orientation upward, with the aft end being tilted upward. That will also change the velocity by 9.9 feet per second and complete the orientation of the vehicle for its angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface, where we reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere and where most of the dynamic operations will then begin. Entry interface is scheduled at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time, where Integrity will be at an altitude of 400,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at about 34,882 feet per second with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. Just 10 seconds, just a few seconds later, about 24 seconds later, we'll enter a 6-minute communications blackout at 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. That communications blackout will be due to the buildup of plasma around the vehicle, the ionization of the interaction of the velocity of integrity with the friction of the Earth's atmosphere. So the communications blackout, to last about 6 minutes in duration, will start 24 seconds after entry interface. At 6:54 and 4 seconds p.m., we'll reach our peak velocity. This is an estimation from Flight Dynamics. We should be reaching a peak velocity of 24,661.21 miles per hour, or somewhere around Mach 33. This will fall about 130 miles per hour short of the speed record set by the Apollo 10 command module, the Charlie Brown, during the Apollo 10 mission of Tom Stafford, Gene Cernan, and John Young back in the spring of 1969.
That's 57 years ago, folks.
Once the communications blackout ends, which is expected just a few seconds before 7 p.m. Central Time, 6:59 and 56 seconds p.m. Central Time, we will be at an altitude of 157,000 feet over the Pacific Ocean, and at that point we should be traveling at about 13,300 feet per second, with a range to splashdown of just 147 nautical miles. There will be a series of roll reversals, first to the left, allowing integrity to bank to the left. These are computer-commanded, not crew-commanded, but computer-commanded roll reversals to bank the vehicle first to the left, then to the right. That bleeds off excess energy and helps to reduce the speed and the heating effects on the vehicle during the final phase of flight. Starting at 7:03 and 22 seconds p.m. Central Time, we'll begin the series of chute deployments. In all, there are 11 parachutes associated with this mission. The first 3 will pull off the forward bay cover from the top of the vehicle. The forward bay cover chutes are 3. That'll be followed by the deployment of the Drogue chutes at 7:03 and 23 seconds p.m. Then 3 pilot parachutes will pull the main parachutes, 3 of them, from the forward bay cover. The forward bay housing all of the parachutes at the very top of Orion. The main chute deploy is scheduled at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. The vehicle will have slowed to just a very glacial speed of 198 miles per hour, feet per second, I should say, at that point, at an altitude of 5,400 feet above the Pacific Ocean. The splashdown velocity, of course, will be 0. 19 miles an hour is the velocity that the crew will feel under the 3 main parachutes as they splash down in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego. So a number of major milestones lie ahead. Splashdown time is currently estimated at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. That will conclude a total traveling distance from launch to splashdown of 694,481 statute miles. We're just 1 hour and 48 minutes away now from crew module, service module separation. The crew has donned their launch and entry suits. They've conducted leak checks. Everything is in order, and the weather is go at the splashdown site. Some of the flying assets that will collect imagery of the descent of Integrity towards splashdown have already been deployed from the deck of the USS John Murtha. The actual recovery team members will be deployed in helicopters and fast boats a bit later on as we approach splashdown and, of course, after splashdown itself. Once the vehicle splashes down, we'll be deploying the 5 inflatable airbags at the top of the vehicle with helium. That will ensure that the vehicle is upright throughout the course of the recovery operations. The team here in Mission Control will check all of the systems on Integrity, make sure that we are not leaking any toxic gases from the spacecraft, and that will be the signal for the start of the power down of Integrity systems and the ability of the first members of the recovery team to approach the vehicle to set up the inflatable life raft called the front porch, which will be used to bring the crew members out of the vehicle into that front porch one by one after the hatch is open to Integrity. We expect the extraction of the crew to be some 45 minutes to an hour after splashdown, which would be about 30 to 45 minutes after the vehicle is powered down.
So we are literally watching the mission control here. What I'm looking at is the spacecraft itself at this moment. And let me bring this a little bit bright for you so that you can see it.
Integrity, Houston, we are ready for another CO2 reading on the AGA.
It is 5.1.
5D. 5.1. 5.1.
Houston copies. And Reed, earlier I did misspeak. The CO2 reading specifically would not have been affected by that particular bit.
Okay, sounds good. We just know we're in an ARS suit, and that's very likely contributing to that.
We concur.
Yeah, they're reading the CO2 reading inside. I don't know if it is inside the suit or inside the cabin, but they did just confirm that the reading is 5.1, because they are wearing the suits, the fire protection suits when they are coming in. Why they are seeing the stars in the sunlit side? No, that is on the top. What I'm showing is a live visualization. So what the screen in the bottom is not showing you is a zoomed out view. Like, I want you to come away and see further. Like, so if you are watching, let us say, Earth from the top, way top, even before the Orion spacecraft, you should be seeing something like this. You should be seeing, like on the top, I'm showing you, like it's coming like the side of the Earth, right? This is Earth. It's coming this way, right? That's what is going on. I want you to get that visual when you are watching it.
Integrity, Houston, for CO2.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Hey, Reed, what we'd like to do is open the ARS ISO valve to mix the cabin and suit loop air for the time being. And we would just need a call from you all when Christina and Jeremy are getting in their seats.
Hey,
and
Jackie.
are a few minutes out from leak checks, and we'll get that back into a good config for you to start the next leak check.
Hey, Jackie, that's a reasonably good idea. Can we just hang on that for a little bit and see how we're doing?
Yep, up to you. We will wait. Let us know if you'd like that cabin air mixing.
Is there a CO2 number where you guys would advise on that?
Reed, we would not want to go above 7.
Yeah, that's perfect. Let us monitor it for just a couple minutes here.
It's very interesting that they are talking to the ground control, and ground control gives them don't stay above 7, not good. And they're above 5.1, 5.1.
Houston, cabin entry config is complete, and Christina and Jeremy are about to start suit on.
Excellent on cabin config, and copy suit down.
That call from Commander Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity indicating that following the successful leak checks on the 4 launch and entry suits, the crew will begin to actually don those suits now, and then they'll climb into their respective seats, both on the flight deck and the mid deck of the Integrity, in preparation for crew module, service module separation that's scheduled 1 hour and 40 minutes from now.
Yeah, it's not dark yet, and also it is pretty cloudy, folks. It's about to rain. So, yeah, we are getting the best data possible. So I wanted to share with you.
Integrity, Houston, for intro checklist. Your CMSM SEP ATP is set to go.
We see that on the PFD, Jackie.
And the call from Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control to Reed Wiseman, indicating that the pyros are armed for crew module, service module separation coming up 1 hour, 38 minutes, 52 seconds from now. Integrity now squarely facing the planet Earth, 17,600 nautical miles away, headed for a splashdown 2 hours, 12 minutes from now. All of the recovery assets, the helicopters, the Navy P-3s, the para-rescue divers, they're all in place, ready to recover this crew following splashdown. And again, the chronology after splashdown will call for the flight control team here in Houston to assess integrity systems, make sure no toxic gases are leaking from the spacecraft, And first order of business will be the command to inflate the crew module uprighting system bags, the 5 inflatable airbags that will be inflated with helium to maintain its upright position as it bobs in the Pacific before the recovery forces reach the crew. About 15 minutes after splashdown is when we expect the green light to be given to power down integrity systems, at which point the recovery teams will begin to make their way toward the vehicle to set up that inflatable life raft called the front porch, buttressed alongside the spacecraft. That will be the precursor to the opening of the hatch and the extraction of the crew members, one by one, into that raft, giving them a chance to get their land legs back as they feel the first sensations of Earth's gravity in 9 days and their high-speed return to Earth, with their peak speed reaching some 24,661 miles an hour.
Yeah, you guys wanted me to talk about the lights on the moon. I don't mind doing that. I just don't want to get everyone distracted here from what you guys are watching. I'm trying to give you the best data possible. What you are also watching is another visualization of the Orion trajectory. So basically, you're seeing the live views on the back of the screen right here. And then you're also seeing the view from above, right? The visualization view, which is going to at least tell you like how or whatever the angle that they are entering. If you are thinking like they are coming down this way, not really, they're coming almost like sideways or like in 7-degree angle. Almost think of like you driving your car down the alley, right? You don't come down like this. But our cars are now driving close to 20 plus degrees, but 17 degrees or whatever that is. But right now, this is coming in at like 6.5 degrees coming in. So that's important. The one in the bottom of the screen that you are watching right now is the how close the Orion craft is to the Earth. I think this picture is going to give us a pretty good indication of how close it is getting. I just wanted to zoom in and show you what you are watching there. So we are 2 hours away from splashdown. So close to around 1,000 feet or above, you are going to see that huge sonic boom, which is like around 12 miles above the Earth. When it enters, it almost jolts the craft and basically enters down into the atmosphere. And that's very close to that time they are going to start deploying the parachutes as well. Very close to that time. It's like 6 minutes at the most. It's like 6.5 degrees, 7 degrees angle that they are coming in. AC, that's what you're asking. Yeah. Yeah, so it's always, this has not been done like coming from the moon level in a long time, almost 1969, when there was a craft that entered from moon to the Earth. This is the second time since that time now we are watching a human being coming from the moon all the way here. So back, the time it happened before was 1969. That was 57 years ago. So that's an amazing thing, right? Oh, is this a fixed image or live? No, this is everything that you are seeing on the screen is live data. Everything is live.
Houston, Christina's got an amazing view of home planet out the side hatch window, and it's lighting up the cabin, and it's just a great blue hue to it. It's beautiful.
That is amazing. When you kicked us out of the cabin, we turned on one of the SAW cameras and also had the Earth's reflection on one of the arrays. It was very cool.
Oh, man, that is amazing.
Yeah, people in California probably are close to.
This is Mission Control Houston. Commander Reed Wiseman reveling about the view of the Earth from a distance of less than 17,000 nautical miles now.
The cabin audio cable and boom mic are in F3 large stowed.
We copy.
The view that Reed Wiseman is describing is the view you're looking at right now as the Earth grows larger in the field of view with each passing moment.
Yeah, it gets like really, really, really big right now. Nancy, oh yeah, LA, you may have a very good
We're
chance.
about 29 minutes away from the start of the NASA Plus coverage, joining our 24/7 YouTube coverage as a simulcast.
I drove
for the
from
remainder
LA
of
to
the
San Diego
evening
so many
through
times.
The time the crew is on the deck of the USS Mertha and in medical bay. So we'll be looking forward to additional reports and other video coverage from the deck of the USS John Mertha and other assets in the splashdown zone as we continue toward splashdown and the return of Integrity's astronauts just 2 hours and 5 minutes from now.
Hey, Leela Adventures from Melbourne, Australia. Thanks for joining. Yeah, Nancy, you might get amazing views. You are not too far from, since you are so close to the coast. How important the angle of entry? Well, you will be efficient if your angle of entry is steep enough. You are going to slow down, and like basically it won't let you cook yourself in the atmosphere. And if you're doing it too safe, then you may not be able to enter into the Earth at all. So you have to do the balance between those two. I wanted to try talking about that lights on the moon thing, but I'm going to change all your mood from what you are focusing right now on to something else. So I just hate switching topics just for fun and then talk something else. But that was interesting. Whoever watched that video, please comment, give me a thumbs up. If you haven't watched that video, please watch the Lights on the Moon video that I posted. Please take a look. It was an interesting thing to watch. We can talk more about it later. Yeah, one thing that I missed in that video that I was thinking when I was talking about it.
Updates, just tweaks by a second or so for some of the key activities that will be coming up. Flight Dynamics providing us with some updated information. The start of the blackout period, just a 1 second change. It's going to be estimated now at 6:53 and 54 seconds PM Central Time. The duration remains 6 minutes. That blackout will end at 6:59 and 55 seconds PM, all Central Time. We expect to begin entering the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet at 6:53 and 30 seconds PM. And 1 second difference now in our splashdown time, if everything unfolds the way we believe it will. Splashdown now scheduled at 7:07 and 8 seconds PM Central Time, 7:07 and 8 seconds PM Central Time, 5:07 and 8 seconds PM Pacific Time at the splashdown zone off the coast of San Diego.
Sorry, I was on mute. I forgot that when I was posted that video, the Lights on the Moon video, one thing I missed. It is about the cosmic rays that I mentioned. Someone is asking about, no, it's the radiation. Well, they both are one and same. So cosmic rays
And one other
create
update,
radiation.
the latest weather forecast from the Spaceflight Meteorology Group passed on to Flight Director Rick Henfling, calls for the clouds in the splashdown zone to be in the process of dissipating. The winds are somewhat reduced, now just 6 knots. The wave height's still less than 4 feet. All go forecast.
It's 18,500. It's going down, distance from the Earth. I just put it up there for you all to see it.
So once again, the stage is set as Integrity continues its inexorable march toward a splashdown in the Pacific 2 hours from now. 16,000 nautical miles away from the Earth. We are just 1 hour and 26 minutes away from crew module, service module separation, followed by a raise burn to tilt the aft end of the vehicle up ever so slightly and improve its angle of attack into the Earth's atmosphere as a mitigating action to reduce heat loads on the heat shield of the vehicle. This is all pre-planned, pre-flight. There's no differentiation between what we had designed this mission to do. We are expecting to reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at entry interface and 400,000 feet above the planet 1 hour and 45 minutes from now.
So it does create plasma when it enters from the space weather into the our weather, right? So that plasma is an amazing activity, which is like extraordinary heat that gets created, and the atmosphere, the air that is around us, is going to get compressed, almost like squishing, like in a bottle, with extraordinary amount of pressure, which is essentially going to create the plasma.
Cabin temp cold soaking is initiated.
So plasma gets created.
Copy that, Jackie. CO2 is 5.5, and we are still doing good on board. Christina and Jeremy are beginning suit down.
Houston copies all.
Yeah, the plasma is going to be orange in color around the craft. You will be seeing around the Orion capsule. Folks, if you are joining new, please do subscribe to my channel. It's free. Thank you. Hey, Martin, thanks for coming in. So, folks, say hello to Martin. He's been one of our long-standing subscriber of the channel. Thanks, Martin, for joining. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting, folks. Yeah, you will be seeing the air compressed almost like in a bottle, almost like in a lab experiment. And that air, the compressed air with extreme compression, when it is entering back into the atmosphere, is going to create that plasma. So when I was making sure, when I was putting my title, I said, yeah, you are seeing plasma. That's what you are seeing. Not only you are seeing the sonic boom, but before that, you are seeing plasma getting created. Yeah, you need something coming really fast, Jack. Otherwise, we don't want that. Seeing plasma is a bad news, by the way. That means something coming really fast. So it is entering and it is moving. So this thing is making the turn as we speak. It's a real time. And you are seeing it live. Yes, it is actual Earth. It is from the Orion camera, which is placed on their solar shield. Oh, the speaker of the NASA changed. Someone else came and took over. Are the solar charging wings retractable? I believe so. I saw those solar wings coming and going, so chances are yes, but they will break otherwise. They don't care. They'll buy another one. But I'm just kidding. But what I'm saying is yes, probably they are retractable. Yeah, more than likely, I haven't read anything about it. True Sky Studios, they might destroy it, which they don't care, or they are going to retract it. So I have not seen one way or other way, but at the expense of what we are doing at $10 billion, that's a very small problem to deal with. Folks, we are all crossing our fingers at this moment. Oh, they fold open and closed. Thank you.
Integrity Houston for entry checklist.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Read, with this time to EI, we expect you're about to be stepping into steps 9 and 10 in the entry checklist. In step 10 for the SIP switch config, there are no deltas.
No deltas to step 10. Copy all.
It's going to be very interesting, folks. So we are tracking some more data as much as we can. it has a small light on top of it, so it's on the most of the channels that are providing this data does not have the concept of this plasma and what it does and how it gets generated. It's like amazing. More than likely, they are looking at this data maybe in intermittent kind of pictures, right? Rather than looking at really live view, right? So when you are talking about why I don't see the stars behind, the reason for that was, one, the area is so bright, like particularly the moon, and they must have brought it down way too much even to show you that kind of an Earth. So if you see the Earth right now, like in terms of the live camera view or maybe eye view of the moon, the Earth side of the bright side of the Earth, you are probably going to see it as like seeing the moon kind of thing, very bright. So these cameras, the live view cameras that we are watching, they must have brought the shutter speed below milliseconds, okay? So very much really small, like tiny, like 1/69th millisecond. That's what I would do in terms of looking at, is it 1/69th? 1/69th of a second. I would have brought it down to that point to get to the view we are seeing, which is kind of a blue, kind of a moon with all the clouds. You will see that only after reducing the brightness. If you keep the brightness on, you are seeing almost like a moon kind of a brightness from the Earth glowing side. Because we reduce the brightness to like that less number of milliseconds.
From Integrity, from one of the solar array wing cameras. Now just 14,000 nautical miles from splashdown. Splashdown schedule for 7:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. At a point to the southwest of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean, where the USS John Murtha is on station and where recovery team assets are being deployed to the predicted splashdown site to complete the mission of Integrity's astronauts and their lunar flyby. With the Earth growing larger in the field of view, the next major milestone, just 1 hour and 13 minutes from now, will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module.
Houston copies.
The separation of the crew module will set the stage just 3.5 minutes later.
One question.
Go ahead.
When I was looking at the BFS-SM SEP, it was the exact same time as our predicted SM SEP. Can you just confirm we don't need that to be a touch later?
Okay, I sincerely apologize. I did move the timer up. I did not realize it is blocking the
And read
Earth.
matching is expected. That's when the sequence will begin for that whole SEP config.
Outstanding. Thank you for the verification.
Here in Mission Control in the Artemis Flight Control Room, Capcom Jackie Mahaffey confirming some of the timeline activities with Commander Reed Wiseman aboard the vehicle. The crew has suited up in its launch and entry suits, ready to begin the critical phase of this mission. Their homecoming to a high-speed entry and a parachute-assisted splashdown in the Pacific. Once again, the next major milestone, 1 hour, 11 minutes from now, the separation of the crew module from the European service module as Artemis's astronauts head home to complete this historic flight.
It's very interesting, folks. Very interesting. So that would probably, I don't know, like other side of Australia, if I'm looking it from the South Pole, think of the I'm trying to give you more visualization of maybe a little bit more, and also I'm making it smaller. So you will see the full view of the Earth. And I made that thing smaller too. So I hope it looks good. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, anyway, so the deal was when you are looking at the Earth like the way you are looking at, you have to reduce the brightness. Once you reduce the brightness, you don't see stars anymore because it's not even a millisecond. It's like 1 by 16, 1 by 100 of a millisecond, and it cannot capture the light from the star when you are looking at a picture like that. So it's not a picture or a video, whatever it is. That's why you don't see it. Only one camera on this ship. I don't know. I cannot answer that. There could be multiple. Right? Probably this is the best angle that they have. They have two solar arrays. I can see that. Probably at least 2 of them they can see. But there will be backup cameras, folks. With this huge mission, I don't think they'll be flying with like one camera. So oh, they have 28 cameras, Xander, you saying? Oh yeah, I don't doubt it. There could be multiple of them. They may be taking every like almost like a 360-degree angle of everything, because it's good for them to capture, whether it's scenic or not, from a science standpoint. When we are sending the next missions, or if something happens, they need an eye on all sides of the space ship, period, right? So it's very important for them to have that. I'm going to turn off that music. That probably is not a music that we can play. So I just turned off the music that NASA is playing. And we can play our paid music. So So I'm checking the other views, folks. So if you're asking what is the speed at which the Artemis is running right now, Artemis is coming into the Earth at 10,978 miles per hour. It's coming in at an extraordinary speed. And what we heard from NASA is it is coming in at 24,000, close to 25,000 miles per hour when it re-enters it. And I believe that's an incredible amount of speed. The puppy is making sound from my house. If you are hearing a dog barking, someone came to our house. And if you are hearing my Max making noise. Oh, why the 12-year-old GoPros on the ship? See, NASA has been testing these, at least what I was told, for a while, and they are trying to find the equipment that has lesser impact with the radiation. So they found some of these equipments like Nikon and GoPros are well settled in and less electronics compared to the brand new ones. Maybe that's the reason why they are using it. That's at least what I read from their thing. Yeah, those are puppies in my house. Someone came and knocked the door and they make the sound all the time. You want to see Max? Max is out there. It just makes so much noise. I don't mind bringing Max. So let me show you Max. Okay, give me 1 second. So folks, this is Max. and it is the one that is shouting, if you see it. So this is Max, and it's a tiny Yorkie. It's 2-year-old, and it makes so much noise. It's not Yoda. It is a Yorkie, and my son plays with it. It makes so much noise. Yeah, I wanted to show you guys that just in case, this is not like an AI video, it's real human beings. So, you should rename him 3i Atlas. No, I reserved that name for something else. Yeah, when the re-enter is going to happen, the plasma that is getting created, the air compression is so high. The air compression is extraordinarily high, and we underestimate what happens at the time. So 25,000 miles per hour will create an extraordinary pressure on this compression, right? So that's very, very important for us to check it out, right? So there isn't anything that comes close other than the satellites or space shuttles that are coming from these extraordinary, I would say, distance, like coming from distance of the moon, that makes that kind of a speed, right? So here is a visual representation of, I turned off the music, guys.
From the European service module, that is scheduled at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, followed 4 minutes later by one final critical maneuver. That will be a 19-second burn of Integrity's thrusters in what is called the crew module raise burn. Now, what that does is it basically acts, if you were sitting in a reclining chair, you'd basically tilt yourself back. It raises the aft end of Integrity ever so slightly, and that is the final opportunity for us to fine-tune the angle of attack of Integrity through the area of peak heating at entry interface. That will come a bit later on, about an hour and 18 minutes from now. So after the raise burn, we will be in the final orientation that will minimize any peak heating on the heat shield of Integrity, and prior to the time the crew enters the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet. Entry interface. This is the critical time where the crew will reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling 34,882 feet per second. Just 24 seconds after entering the Earth's atmosphere, we will experience a communications blackout expected to last 6 minutes in duration. This is planned, and it is caused by the interaction of the velocity of integrity with the friction of Earth's atmosphere. There will be a buildup of plasma around the vehicle, and that ionization will prevent any communications with the crew and any receipt of data by flight controllers here in Mission Control. That blackout is scheduled to begin at 6:53 and 54 seconds PM Central Time. Again, a 6-minute blackout that will end, if all goes as planned, at 6:59 and 55 seconds PM Central Time. At that point, we expect to regain communications with the crew and a reacquisition of data through the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system. We will have a series of roll maneuvers. These are computer commanded that will roll the vehicle slightly to the left, then back to the right. That will bleed off excess energy as we begin our peak period of velocity. We expect to reach a maximum velocity of 24,661.21 miles per hour, equivalent to about Mach 33 times the speed of sound shortly after we enter that blackout period. Once we exit the blackout period, of course, we're in the denser regions of the Earth's atmosphere, and then we get set up for the parachute deployment sequence. First, the deployment of 3 forward bay cover chutes that will pull essentially the top forward bay cover off the very top of the Integrity vehicle. That will be followed by the deployment of Drogue chutes, and then the final deployment of a series of 3 main parachutes at 7:04 and 44 seconds PM Central Time. From that point on, it is about 3 minutes or so until splashdown. Splashdown scheduled at 7:07 and 8 seconds PM Central Time at a gentle speed of 19 miles an hour. So just to give you some perspective, at the time that we enter the Earth's atmosphere, we're traveling somewhere around Mach 32. We will splash down at a speed of about 19 miles an hour. The G-forces that will build on the crew members inside Integrity will build to about 3.9 Gs. That is what is expected and what they have trained for and what the spacecraft is designed to support.
3.9 G, guys. That is more than a fighter pilot flying and dropping suddenly from, I would say, 20,000 feet all the way down. 3.9 Gs.
The latest weather forecast out in the recovery zone off the coast of San
It's
Diego
doable,
is a
yes.
Go forecast from our meteorologists here
But
at
not
the
for
Spaceflight
regular
Meteorology
people.
Group at the Johnson Space Center. And standing by on the deck of the USS John Murtha is my colleague from the Kennedy Space Center, Megan Cruz. Megan?
Hey there, Rob. Yeah, welcome to the bow of the USS John Murtha. This is where we will report out live updates from the ship as NASA and the U.S. military work to recover our Artemis II astronauts in just about an hour and a half. How exciting. Now, right now, as you can see, we are out in the Pacific Ocean. We are just west of San Diego. We're actually staged about 6.5 miles away from where we expect Orion to splash down. And then we will incrementally move closer. So at the time of splashdown, we'll be about 5 miles away, and then we will move to 3.2 miles away. At that point, we'll pause, make sure that all the debris that might be coming down.
Probably she's on one of the ships.
Some parts of like the parachute system, they're jettisoned off Orion during descent. So we'll just want to make sure that those all land in the water and that we are safe to move even closer. So we will make sure.
Yeah, don't worry. Our people are good people. I'm not very much concerned.
From Orion. And at that point, the ship will circle the capsule while NASA and Navy
recovery look at the gear, folks. Look at all the gear.
We should have great views of the bow
My God.
From here. But also, we have a ton of cameras all around the ship. For example, we actually have some cameras right to the left of me here on the bow. These are very strong, stabilized cameras. We can really get up close to make sure that we are sharing all the images we have available to you. We also will have some views from above. We actually have 5 planes providing live views of splashdown today. In fact, some of those aerial assets just took off from San Diego minutes ago. And then actually here on the flight deck, you see 4 helicopters, the 2 in the back. Those will take off in about 30 minutes from now, also with live cameras. So again, lots and lots of imagery that we hope to share with you today. And then those 2 helos in the front, those 2 will pluck the crew out of the water and fly them back to our ship. Now, the combined team here on the ship, more than 550 people, left San Diego 4 days ago, and since then I've watched different teams train every day.
Yeah, the suits are going to reduce,
final preps to make sure that they're ready for today.
at least allow them to
more of an update
not feel
about how recovery is going on right now. Why don't we turn over to Paul here, Paul Serpinski. He is the Assistant Artemis Recovery Director. Great to have you here, Paul.
Great to be here. Thanks.
Absolutely. So you just left the landing forces operations center here on the ship. How are we looking for recovery?
Right now, it's looking great. When I left, they were just about to get into weather briefing with the Mission Control Center in Houston. But listening to the loops this morning and everything that's been going on, the reentry trajectory correction burn, the return trajectory correction burn went great. They were right down the money, right on the money, right down the middle, where they should be coming back. Our forces here are teams out in the water. All our boats are launched or will be imminently. So yeah, it's just coming along great.
Yeah. It's really nice to see. We did see some of those boats float behind us. We were hoping to give you a live view, but of course they floated right out of the camera shot as you came to us. But so basically the team right now here on the ship, basically like monitoring mode, but really things will pick up about 15 minutes after splashdown.
Yeah, so a couple minutes before splashdown, things start happening really, really fast. Mm-hmm. Some events during the reentry, they're maybe a second or 2 apart, and so it just takes a whole lot of effort and a lot of updates back and forth between us and Houston to try to keep track of everything that's happening, all in real time. And then after splashdown, that's when the recovery team really kicks into high gear. We have our boat teams, our boat crews going out, our divers doing hazardous assessments as they get progressively closer to the capsule, making sure it's safe for all of our people to go in, and it's also safe for the astronauts to come out, because really at the end of the day, that's what we're here for, is we're to make sure that the astronauts get home safe after their tremendous journey to the moon and back. But then also we have, like you mentioned on a minute ago, all of our imagery helicopters are taking imagery, camera shots of it as it's coming in all the way through splashdown. I mean, they'll see it as soon as it crosses the horizon, all the way to the ocean here.
And then afterwards, we have to recover actually Orion to bring it into the well deck of the ship.
Absolutely, yeah. And so once the astronauts are safe on board, then those same dive teams are going to
I'm just listening, folks.
Securing
That's
the capsule.
A lot of good information.
They'll position some equipment around it to kind of facilitate that. The ship will move into position. We'll attach a really big winch line to it, and then a bunch of tending lines. We'll pull the capsule around behind the ship and then start to slowly bring it in. And then, Orion comes in, goes hard down, and everyone cheers. Great day.
Great day, exactly. Lots to coordinate, a lot to manage. Basically, planning for this recovery, Artemis II recovery, started a month after Artemis I launched. That was the uncrewed test flight of the Space Launch System rocket, as well as the Orion spacecraft. That was November 2022, a month later, all the planning for this. How does it feel to be so close to welcoming our friends, our astronauts home?
I mean, for the whole team, I walked around the ship this morning just kind of visiting with a lot of people, a lot of groups, and just kind of get the feel of them. And everyone has that same kind of mentality. Everyone's excited. Everyone's thrilled to see all that work that we've been doing, like you said, for the last 3 years, since right after the last one came back till now. And some people even further back. Some of them go back a decade or more. So everyone is just excited, and they're ready. They're really ready for this. And
Crochet, you cannot bring the volume up. No,
that's going to be a thrill for everyone.
Just turn on the closed captions.
Is this something you ever thought you'd be doing?
I'm ready. I'm excited. This has been the pinnacle of my career so far. It really has. I've seen a lot of firsts, a lot of lasts.
I turned on the captions for you.
Ever topping seeing the first crew to go to the moon and back in 50 years, and to be here and be a part of that. And it's just a tremendous privilege. And on behalf of the whole team, I'm thrilled, and so are all of us. We're ready.
Yeah, I definitely think that those words really embody how everybody on the ship is feeling. So thank you so much, Paul. I appreciate you being here. And so, Rob, we'll toss it back to you again. We will continue to join you with live updates from the ship as much as possible.
Thank you, Megan. Back here at the Johnson Space Center, the entry team of flight controllers looking over the shoulders of Reed Wiseman and Victor Glover there on the flight deck of Integrity, and again, just below their feet in the mid-deck area, if you will, Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency. They're in the final review of their entry procedures and all of the activities that will follow here very shortly in trip hammer fashion. We should note that after splashdown occurs, the flight control team here in Houston will be monitoring the orientation of the Integrity spacecraft. We are expecting it to splash down upright in what is called the Stable 1 configuration, with the top of the spacecraft pointed upward. Stable 2 would indicate that it is upside down in the water. Regardless of the orientation, there will be 5 inflatable airbags called the CMOOS system. That's the acronym for Crew Module Uprighting System.
We are suit on complete.
Yeah.
Houston copies.
Yeah, they have to keep the
acknowledging that the final
heat shield towards the way, towards the Earth.
For the crew, leak checks have been completed earlier. The CMOOS system, those 5 inflatable airbags, will be inflated with helium. Those airbags will ensure that the vehicle remains upright. While that activity is going on, the flight control team here will be checking the systems on Integrity, also making sure that there's no leakage of toxic gas from the spacecraft. It should take about 15 minutes from splashdown to the power down of all of the systems on Integrity, and at that point, assuming everything is in a nominal fashion, then the green light will be given for the Navy recovery teams to begin to make their way closer to Integrity, to begin the erection of a large inflatable life raft called a front porch that will be buttressed up alongside the hatchway to the spacecraft. That life raft will be used to bring the crew members out of this vehicle once the hatch is open, one by one. They'll get their land legs back after 9 days of weightlessness before they're put in harnesses to be hoisted one by one in sequential fashion, in an alternating fashion, to the 2 hovering Navy helicopters overhead.
Houston Integrity for a status.
Go ahead.
Seats 3 and 4 are connecting umbilicals. We're going to be stepping into leak check soon. 1 and 2 will be seated. 3 and 4 will be free float, and we'll configure EPROC accordingly.
Houston, copies all.
So if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please subscribe.
Talking about the current procedures.
Don't forget to subscribe.
Of the crew members and subsequent leak checks, a final leak check for all 4 crew members. Everything is actually running a few minutes ahead of schedule. So once the life raft is inflated next to the Integrity spacecraft, and the recovery teams have arrived alongside of the vehicle, the hatch will be open, and the crew members will be brought outside into that front porch, as it is called, one by one. They then will be hoisted into the hovering helos overhead, and those helos then will turn around once the 4 crew members are on board, 2 for each helicopter, and will head back to the ship. That should be about a 10 to 15 minute transit. Once the helicopters land on the deck of the USS John Murtha, the crew members will be exiting those helicopters and brought into medical bay on the deck on the ship itself for comprehensive medical exams. They will spend a period of time yet to be determined on board the USS John Murtha before they are flown by helicopter to the shore in San Diego, to the San Diego Naval Air Station, and ultimately will board a NASA jet for the flight back to the Johnson Space Center here in Houston. Just to recap some of the key times that are coming up, we are expecting the separation of the crew module from the service module just 43 minutes from now. That is expected to occur at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, 7:33 p.m. Eastern Time. That will be followed just 4 minutes later by the crew module raise burn, the use of Integrity's thrusters one final time in a 19-second burn to slightly tilt the vehicle up into the correct orientation or angle of attack to ensure that it enters the Earth's atmosphere at the right angle, if you will, that will help deflect the buildup of heat against Integrity's heat shield. This was a deliberate move, a change in the procedures from the Artemis I mission that resulted in unexpected char loss on the Avcoat heat shield that had not been intended based on the entry trajectory for the Artemis I mission. What we're doing is we deliberately changed the trajectory of the entry from a skip entry that was about a 3,000-mile transit across the Pacific Ocean. We are expecting now from entry interface to the point of splashdown to have a range of just 1,701 nautical miles, and that in of itself will reduce the exposure time of heating on the heat shield of the spacecraft. Once the raise burn is complete, then the stage is set for entry interface at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time. That means that Integrity will be entering the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling at about 34,882 feet per second, heading for its splashdown site off the coast of San Diego, as you just heard from Megan Cruz on the deck of the USS John Murtha. Splashdown once again.
11,000 miles from the Earth, folks.
Expected at 7:07 and 8 seconds.
If you are new to the
time, 5:07
live
PM
channel
Pacific
here,
time,
please do subscribe. Don't forget subscribing. Thank you.
The actual total distance traveled for Integrity from launch to splashdown is estimated at 694,481 statute miles. Now that includes the first high elliptical Earth orbit following launch that enabled Integrity to move to 43,000 miles above the Earth at its apogee, and enabling a 24-hour period of systems checkouts before the flight control team here and the mission management team gave approval for Integrity to conduct its translunar injection that propelled it on its way to the moon and its historic lunar flyby. So the total distance we expect this vehicle to have traveled at splashdown, 694,481 statute miles.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. Yeah, please do subscribe if you are new to this channel. Very interesting information, folks. Now the Orion capsule, you know how close it is to the Earth. It is like 1 hour away from splashdown.
With everything proceeding on track and on time aboard Integrity, the vehicle system's in excellent shape as the Earth grows larger in the field of view. Let's go back to the USS John Murtha and Megan Cruz, who is standing by.
Hey, yeah, Rob, welcome back. Again, we are out in the Pacific Ocean, staged just about 6.5 miles from where we expect Orion to splash down now in just over an hour. How exciting. And the weather, awesome conditions here. I know you see some wind blowing around my hair, but really nothing to speak of when it comes to having to recover our astronauts, as well as no waves here, really. So yeah, we're expecting a really great day. Also, hopefully, some really great views. You can see behind me that some of the clouds are starting to break up, so that's really exciting. And now, of course, this ship has a lot of people ready and excited to welcome our crew back home, including Dr. Rick Schuring here.
Hey, Peggy, thanks for joining.
Great to have you here, Rick.
You too, Megan. It is a blessing to be out here this day with our teams. We've trained 3 years for this, nonstop with the US
Laura,
Navy
gracias.
and along with EGS, and we've so looked forward to this day. And you know, just by God's grace, everything's parting, the skies and everything. The crew's doing great. Looking forward to come back, and our teams are ready. So this is one of those days you've dreamt about, and now it's finally here, and we're ready, and just thankful to be a part of it.
Yeah, and you play a really integral role. When was the last time you spoke to the crew, and how are they feeling in this last hour before splashdown?
Sure. Yeah, so the crew woke up. When they splashed down, they were woken up about 8.5 hours ago. Me and my fellow crew surgeons, Doctors Chris Haas and Rafi Kumjian from the Canadian Space Agency, spoke with them about 6.5 hours ago, just to double check on how they were doing, if there were any medical issues, you know, how they slept, and then kind of go over their landing day program.
Yeah, space is very big, guys. I know you've been asking what happened to all the satellites, what's going on. When we see those visualizations of so many, like swarm of satellites, and when we are looking at the Earth, we think it must be very crowded. I can't put anything through all those satellites, anything down. It's not true. I mean, when you go up in the space, between these satellites, there is so much space. There are more crowd than before. That doesn't mean anything at this moment. It's pretty much good. Martin, thank you for moderating. Yeah, so anyway, so that's what is going on pretty much. So you don't need to think of space being very busy like the way visually we see space when we are seeing so many satellites there. When you are physically up there in the space and when you are looking at the distance between these, it's quite a bit of a distance. Thank you. I'm going back to the...
All kind of experienced the same thing. This will be the first time we're landing in water since December 1972, and I worked with all the Apollo astronauts years ago, and they all told me that landing in the water, especially in the Pacific, can be very provocative. So we take steps to give them medicines to really mitigate some of that nausea, vomiting, help them feel a little bit better, and also sometimes just use a little anti-inflammatory medicine.
Oh, Pete, thanks for joining as a member. Thank you.
The effects of microgravity, especially as you age and you have a little arthritis, you feel great in microgravity, and everyone kind of curses coming back to the ground like, oh, dang, 1G, but so that helps a little bit. But for the most part, the main thing is just replacing that fluid and then trying to help them with that transition back to 1G, and then we're ready to go.
Yeah, and their health is assessed almost immediately after they splash down.
Yeah, so we have Dr. Jesse Wang, and we have our independent duty corpsmen, who are the Navy version of paramedics, extremely highly trained, highly experienced Navy medics and divers who will go out there, open the capsule about 25, 28 minutes after splashdown and do the first initial assessment. So Jesse and his team will go out there and look at each crew, kind of do their assessments, get vital signs, report back to Drs. Haas and Kumji and I.
So the splashdown is 1 hour away, folks.
And then, if they've got the normal kind of space adaptation kind of things, we expect that. They're good to go on that. If anything, didn't go the way we want, they're all prepared for that as well. And Jesse and his team, I mean, this is their full-time job, taking care of.
No, they are not back yet.
Who might be injured. We don't expect any injuries, but coming back, going 25,000 miles an hour down to, 20, miles an hour is still a dynamic process. I've heard it described as, kind of like a car crash. And then the crew will be ready to go, and Jesse and his team will make that transition to get them out to the front porch, do assessments on them again, call it to our med bay, and then once we have that and they're all good to go and the crew's feeling
That's
okay,
right, Martin.
We'll hoist them up in the helos. It's about a 3-minute flight back to the flight deck, and that's where me and the astronaut chief, Scott Tingle, will actually meet them. I'll get eyes on them, make sure they're all good, just take very slow transitions, and then one by one we'll either get them out with the SMTs, the SAR med techs under each arm, just kind of just walk them very slowly to med bay, which actually helps them acclimate back to 1G. Or if they really don't have their sea legs back yet, then we might put them in what we call a stair chair, which will be right behind them, and then just very slowly kind of get them back into med bay to start our full assessments for the team.
Yeah, so a really great team here to support them as soon as they get back, and also all throughout the mission, of course. You talked a little bit about this, but obviously, we have seen astronauts return from the International Space Station for over 25 years, so we kind of know that that journey, how it affects the body. But yes, we're talking about humans returning from the moon for the first time since 1972. How is this different from your perspective?
So it's different in one very significant respect. On Apollo, for exercise, they had something called the Apollo Exergenia, which was basically just a little canister with some ropes, and they would have some resistance and kind of do that. And the Apollo astronauts really liked that. They liked the ability to exercise, because you decondition from a musculoskeletal standpoint, you lose your strength and your stamina very quickly. We had something called the Orion flywheel, which was able to impart much greater loads in terms of resistance, so they're able to do squats, deadlifts, different things, not dissimilar to what the ISS astronauts do, but with a lot less room to do it. Mm-hmm. And they also did rowing activities for cardiovascular health, and the crews loved it. But for the lunar crews, the future lunar crews, maintaining that physical conditioning, which our astronaut strength conditioning rehabilitation specialists, affectionately known as the ACERs, back in Houston, really work hard to get them in the best shape they're going to, have to be in to get to the moon. That device hopefully will maintain that. And Apollo only had about a 4.3-day journey to the moon. Our astronauts are going to have about a 10 to 14-day journey. Right. So maintaining that physical fitness, that strength and stamina is going to be crucial for the success of being able to do those very physically demanding lunar EVAs. Right. So we're very excited about what the astronauts have said about the device and what they have to say about the role exercise plays, going to the moon. And also the mental benefit.
Sure.
They just really like sweating, breaking the sweat, and actually just feeling like they're just getting a workout.
Right.
So
thank you so much, Rick. I really appreciate it. I know they're going to be in good hands, so we'll let you get back to it. Thank you so much.
Megan, thanks for the time.
Back to you, Rob.
Okay, Megan, back here in Mission Control in Houston, everything is moving along in order. This view of Reed Wiseman on the left, Victor Glover on the right. We have good suit leak checks. Everything aboard integrity is in excellent shape. The vehicle, with the Earth growing larger and larger in the field of view, we're now just about 8,200 nautical miles away from Earth and closing in for a splashdown just 1 hour and 5 minutes from now.
9,000 miles away from Earth, folks. That's
Integrity,
unheard of.
Just under a minute till your GPS maneuver initiates, and both GPS units look eager to acquire.
Outstanding. Seats 3 and 4 are working on seat strap in now.
Houston copies.
Hey, I wanted to show you guys something.
Once again, as we start to close in on some of the major milestones, the first one coming up in just 31 minutes.
And Integrity, just confirming the LCG gas trap was able to be closed out.
Affirmative.
Copy.
We'll create one.
Service module separation schedule just 31 minutes from now. The key point of interest, of course, will be the performance of Integrity's heat shield during its high-speed entry back into Earth and the peak heating that is expected around the spacecraft of some 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. On Artemis I, as I think most folks know by now, we flew a trajectory known as a skip entry, in which we performed an initial dip into the atmosphere to bleed off some energy. Then we skipped out of the atmosphere and dipped back into the atmosphere before splashing down in the Pacific. But after the mission was over with, we noticed unexpected liberation of some of the charring effects on the heat shield known as AVCOAT. Before the flight, we had an opportunity to sit down and talk with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to get a perspective on what this all means.
Thank you.
And how the
Angel,
mission
thank you
was
so much.
redesigned to try to protect Integrity's
Almost.
heat shield to a higher extent.
This is my
Let's take a
first
look at that
super
interview.
on this live stream. Thank you for
Returning from the moon is a lot different than deorbiting from low Earth orbit. When we return from the moon, we expect to achieve velocities upwards of 36,000 feet per second. And in order to slow down to a nice, graceful splashdown in the Pacific Ocean, the flight crew is going to experience between 3 and 4 times the force of Earth's gravity. On Artemis I, pressure buildup inside the char layer of the heat shield resulted in the char losses we saw. NASA established a Tiger team whose job was to investigate the cause of the problem and then make recommendations on how to fly the Artemis II mission safely and successfully. And so for Artemis II, we are going to fly a profile that ensures the spacecraft will not see that same type of pressure profile. And so the char losses seen on Artemis II will not be like the ones that we saw on Artemis I.
Rick Henfling indicated that the orientation of the spacecraft and the shortening of the distance of transit to the splashdown zone from the point of entry interface when we reach the top of the Earth's atmosphere, which will be coming up at 6:53 and 30 seconds PM Central Time, should do
Angel,
the trick
thank you so
in
much.
minimizing,
Appreciate the support. Thank you.
Forces against that heat shield that were noticed on the Artemis I mission. We think we see a beautiful sunrise over the west coast of Australia.
They lost the signal. Angel, thank you. Appreciate the support. Thank you.
Commander Reed Wiseman reveling in his final hour in space on this mission as Integrity is passing over the southwest coast of Australia now at an altitude of some 7,600 nautical miles. That will begin the southwest and northeasterly transit across the Pacific Ocean. Let's talk a little bit more about some of the highlights and some of the numbers associated with the points of interest here. We are 27 and a half minutes away from crew module service module separation. That will be followed about 3.5 minutes later by the raise burn that we've discussed, a 19-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to fine-tune its angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface is scheduled 47.5 minutes from now. That's the point at which we will reach the top of the Earth's atmosphere, traveling about 34,882 feet per second at an altitude of 400,000 feet. Just 24 seconds after entry interface, we will begin a blackout period of 6 minutes in duration at 6:53 and 54 seconds PM Central Time. Now, right about 10 seconds after the blackout period begins, we are expected to reach peak speed, which would be 24,661 miles an hour. That'll be about 103 miles an hour short of the velocity record set by the Apollo 10 astronauts, Tom Stafford, Gene Cernan, and John Young, when they returned from the moon on the Apollo 10 mission in 1969. That blackout period is expected to last 6 minutes in duration. At 6:54 and 52 seconds PM Central Time, we'll reach our peak heating period of about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees while we're in a communications blackout from Integrity and its astronauts. That blackout should end at 6:59 and 55 seconds PM Central Time, at which point we expect to regain communications with the crew. Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in the flight control room will be talking to the crew, calling them, and will await a response from the crew as they come out of that blackout period. And at that point, their altitude will be just 157,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 13,000 feet per second with a range to splashdown of just 147 nautical miles. From that point on, the next key series of events will be the deployment of a series of parachutes that we discussed before. First, the forward bay cover chute deploy that will pull the forward bay cover away from the top of Integrity, followed by Drogue.
Thank you. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. One hour to go. Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, let's talk about the Australia hurricane in a minute. This is now happening. There isn't anything we can do about it. The cameras on the ground will be tracking the spacecraft coming in.
Leak checks complete as we stand by for the next major milestone, which will be the crew module service module separation just 24.5 minutes from now.
Yeah, me too. I'm nervous, Jansen. I mean, that's like one of my headache. Like basically, the heat shield.
All of the activities from the start of entry interface to the point of splashdown will be quite rapid fire. Just 13.5 minutes from the point at which we begin descent into the Earth's atmosphere till splashdown. And just to show you, as Rick Shearing, the flight surgeon, alluded to in his interview with Megan Cruz, all of this happens to decelerate the vehicle from traveling around Mach 33 to just 19 miles an hour at splashdown. All of that happening in just 13.5 minutes. But the vehicle and the parachutes are all designed to support all of that, so we'll be standing by to report all that to you in sequential fashion as these milestones are ticked off and as we hear from the crew during its entry back into the Earth's atmosphere and ultimately when they emerge from the blackout period, and at that point we'll be just minutes away from splashdown.
Yeah, the heat shield will survive, but it cracked quite a lot of stress because of the entry.
Those preparations ongoing. We can return here briefly for another report from the USS John P. Murtha and Megan Cruz. Megan?
Yeah, this is a very interesting time, folks.
And we'll regain that communication with the USS John P. Murtha just momentarily. In the meantime, everything is on track aboard Integrity, the flight control team here in Houston, led by Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling. The voice you will hear talking to the crew is that of Jackie Mahaffey. She will be reporting everything to the crew and receiving their reports as they enter the Earth's atmosphere for their 13.5-minute plunge back into the atmosphere for splashdown off the coast of San Diego. Now we have the ship back with us and Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha. Megan?
11 balloon, right? Hey, Rob, yeah, the excitement is really building here on the ship. I'm watching right now one of the weather balloons being lofted up from the ship. Again, weather balloons, very important for us to make sure that we are tracking the right kind of weather and also the
7,000 miles,
data
folks.
That's needed for what's called our Sasquatch team. Again, it's a team out
Yes,
of NASA
Princess Yoda, that is
basically
correct.
make sure that the debris that comes
We
off
feel
of
part
Orion,
of the
again,
mission,
some of
yes.
those, pieces of the parachute system, make sure that they don't fall on us here in the sea, and also our aerial assets, our folks in helicopters. So watching that float away right now. But with me right now is Captain Eric Kenny. He's the commanding officer of the John P. Murtha naval ship. Thank you so much for being here. There are so many moving parts that you have to keep an eye on.
That's absolutely right, yeah. But first of all, on behalf of the crew of USS John P. Murtha, Megan, thanks for having me on today. Happy to tell you what we're doing and excited to get the interview started.
Yeah, absolutely. Why don't we actually take a look at the flight deck here? We'll start there. Basically, we also, while watching this weather balloon float away, we noticed all 4 helicopters leave the flight deck. We now have an empty flight deck. We had 2 imagery helos as well as the 2 crew helicopters that will go recover the crew. This is just one of the many things that, again, our ship of 550 people, it's something that you oversee as commanding officer.
Yeah, absolutely. Every commanding officer, I would say really every naval service member, our priority is always safety. And as the commanding officer, I take that as one of my primary roles here on board. Mission accomplishment is important, safety always. So my day really has, I would say my message to the crew has sort of changed over the past 24 hours. As we're leading up to today, we've been building up the excitement and motivating the team for the training that we've executed. But really over the past 24 hours, now I'm trying to get us to slow down a little bit. Trust our training, right? Don't believe all the hype. Don't believe everything that's going on. Just let's trust what we've done to get to this point. And if we do that, we'll be successful today.
Mm-hmm. And also part of the big success is obviously the coordination between NASA and the U.S. military. How does it feel being able to support the human space program we have?
Yeah, I mean, since 1959 with Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, the history between NASA and the Navy has been in lockstep. But like any other skill, if you don't practice it regularly, the skill atrophies.
Yeah, I just wanted to take 1 minute from the live cast there. Thank you, everyone. Please do subscribe. If you are new to this channel, subscription is free. It's going to give you notifications. Very quickly, when they are entering, this heat shield is protecting them. The heat shield is the one that is facing the Earth when they are coming down. And the heat shield has cracks under stress last time when Artemis I was flying around. So they did establish the Tiger team or whatever they called it. And they wanted to make sure that that's not going to happen to the heat shield. So it's all ceramic. It's all like one of those powerful shields. It's supposed to be not cracking anymore. It is supposed to be staying intact. There are chips at the edges of the heat shield. It's still not very stable. So they tested it several times and they said, yeah, everything is good now. So that's something that everyone is talking about a little bit in terms of how, and if there is a risk to the mission, that's one place they are a bit worried, because we have with human beings inside We have not been doing it for like 60 years now. So that's one of the things that we are worried about.
Yeah, it's all about partnerships. We couldn't do it without you, and we couldn't have gotten to the moon without our international partners as well. So thank you so much, Captain. It was really great to have you here today.
Thanks, Megan.
Awesome. All right, Rob, back to you.
Thank you, Megan. Back here in Mission Control in Houston. We just had a quick view of the crew. We'll get that view back, and there they are again. Here in Mission Control, the entry team of flight controllers led by Rick Henfling and Jackie Mahaffey serving as the spacecraft communicator. We have just handed over communications links from the Deep Space Network that we communicated with the crew through from the time of the translunar injection burn back on April 2nd. We've just handed back to the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system as we prepare for the crew module service module separation that will take place just 17 minutes from now. With the Earth looming in front of Integrity as it barrels back for a splashdown of the Pacific just 50 minutes from now, we're just 5,700 nautical miles from splashdown. Just one other quick note about the comparison from the Artemis I entry profile to the Artemis II entry profile and how that is serving as an extra layer of protection for Integrity's heat shield. The Artemis I entry had an entry range of some 3,178 nautical miles, a very long downtrack, and a very longer period of exposure to heat loads than we're experiencing tonight. It also had that skip entry profile that we discussed earlier, dipping into the Earth's atmosphere, then back out, then back in. It was about 20 minutes of exposure.
Integrity, Houston, comm check on TDRS.
Jackie, we have it loud and clear on TDRS.
So it's one of those weather balloons,
we have you
folks.
the same.
And there's one of the weather balloons being deployed from the USS John P. Murtha. So the Artemis I entry had the vehicle.
Any update on GPS? We haven't seen a track in yet.
Hey, Peggy, thanks for joining as a member. Thank you. I know a lot of people are enjoying supporting the channel. Thank you, everyone. I know like sometimes I'm missing it.
We are watching. We are starting to get into the window where they may start acquiring, so should be within the next 10 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. We're holding at step 17 and getting ready for CM-RCS hot fire.
And that exchange indicating that we are expecting to acquire data from the GPS system on board. That'll be a navigational tool that will basically tell Integrity's computers that they're on track down the center line of the corridor for the entry interface that will lead them to their splashdown point. Once again, the Artemis I entry exposed the heat shield for about 20 minutes of peak heating. For Artemis II, we're going to reach a downtrack distance of 1,701 nautical miles from the point of entry interface with just 14 minutes of duration, and it's basically a different angle of attack, a little bit steeper angle of attack that will protect the heat shield from excessive heat loads. So that is the difference between Artemis I and Artemis II, all designed into this mission to gather data, to protect the heat shield, since the Artemis III mission and beyond will have a different designed heat shield that will allow that skip entry type of profile to be resumed for all of the future missions coming back from the south pole of the moon when we initiate lunar landings. So we've handed over to the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system. That's where we'll have communications for the rest of the flight. Just to give you some time hacks here, we're 13.5 minutes away from crew module, service module separation, and just 17 minutes away from the raise burn, that 19-second firing of the thrusters that will
more than
basically be the final fine-tuning.
More than controlling the fear, controlling the emotions. A fear is something is out there, but you have to control your emotions. And yeah, it's a lot more than that. They are doing a great sacrifice to, you know, to their life, I guess. Yeah, I would say, you know, they are showing their courage to us by doing whatever they are doing at this moment. It is something, it's a once in a lifetime moment for them as well, but they also have the whole society in their mind. Without that, I don't think selfishly one can do that. I don't know if that was their motive. By the time you get to that point in your life, you would be doing it for others. I don't think you would be doing just for yourself, more than likely, right? So that's what it is. It's a definitely, yeah, you are right. It's a bravery, and at that moment they don't have any fear in their mind. Unless you give up some of it, I don't think you will get to that point. It's an amazing moment, folks.
To CM RCS warm-up hot fire.
We're ready.
That call from spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey indicating that we're 2 minutes away from a quick burst of the reaction control system. Thrusters, that will be a hot fire test prior to the separation of the crew module from the service module.
They are on top of Australia, folks.
The European service module has performed flawlessly throughout this flight. Everything, all the burns that had been prescribed for that service module have been executed on time and without a problem. There is the European flight control room that has overseen the manufacturing, the design of the European service module. They deserve quite a bit of credit.
Some people can't sit in the control room.
Not only propelling
they need to get up.
Integrity and its astronauts toward the moon, but also conducting the fine-tuning of its trajectory to bring it to this point where we are dead spot on down the middle of the corridor trajectory-wise to bring Integrity down for its splashdown in the Pacific just 44 minutes from now.
This is the Netherlands European Space Agency. This is not NASA. But ESA provided quite a bit of support to this mission as well. Yeah, 25,000 miles per hour, folks. If you don't know what that means, try 800 miles per hour speed. Try 300, 400 miles per hour speed. It's 25,000 is incredible.
What you're looking at is a computer-generated visualization based on real-time telemetry from Integrity. Currently traveling about 16,000 miles an hour.
It's a human engineering, folks. Like, imagine something traveling at 16,000 miles per hour, right? Just imagine that for a minute.
Integrity traveling about 16,000 miles an hour.
For the prop cautions, we're taking a look.
Copy that.
Now just about 5,100 miles from Earth. Splashdown scheduled 43 minutes from now.
Yeah, the heat.
We're just 9.5 minutes away from the crew module, service module separation.
Yeah, the pressure suits and the weather inside probably is beautiful. I don't think they will physically face that kind of a heat or cold. The pressure that gets built up, as he said, the gravity is like 3 times more than Earth.
We are confirming.
Integrity, we are assessing details, but so far looks like a good hot fire.
That means you weigh, like, I don't know if you weigh.
Good on board, Jackie. Thank you.
Let's say if you weigh 150 pounds, you'll weigh 450 pounds there.
Of the thrusters in advance of the crew module, service module separation that's coming up just 8.5 minutes from now. This will begin the period in which we will have rapid-fire succession of critical activities on board that will lead to entry interface just 28 minutes from now, where the vehicle will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet. The time of entry interface, 6:53 and 30 seconds PM Central Time.
It's one of those interesting moments, folks. I don't think people are going to, ever look at the Apollo missions as a reference point. They will still be looking at Artemis missions as a reference point. Apollo will become probably historic, kind of archaic, old data, right? I think all of us will start using this new baseline, Artemis, as a baseline for future. I mean, at least I'm glad that we are over with that Apollo stuff, and we are at least now starting the new ones.
Integrity's astronauts were awakened at mid-morning to begin their entry preparations. And propulsion officer now reports a good hot fire test in preparation for the crew module service module separation.
Yeah, their mission right now is to see how the craft technology is going to work, whether it can survive the space magnetosphere.
Until splashdown.
Integrity Houston, we have confirmed a good CMRCS hot fire. And although we are not seeing GPS acquired yet, you can skip the troubleshooting steps in 157 for now.
Integrity copies.
Everyone
that GPS
is now watching.
Indicating that we will be acquiring navigational data for Integrity through the Global Positioning System equipment on board. We just don't have it yet, but we will. All of Integrity's systems are in great shape to support its high-speed entry into the Earth's atmosphere. It, once again, will reach a peak speed of 24,661.21 miles an hour.
You're calling GPS. We at least have GPS 1 looking good on board.
We're confirming.
The Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer here in Mission Control confirming that we have good lock on GPS data. We are on a communications link now through the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. Now, following splashdown, we're going to lose that link and go to what's called a VLDR, a Very Low Data Rate Communications link, so that we can talk to the crew inside Integrity as they are on the water.
Integrity, confirm we do see good GPS.
We do too, especially GPS 1 is accepting in nav channels 1 and 3.
Yeah, this is the time.
GPS data is basically telling Integrity's onboard computers its position relative to the Earth, but its trajectory and its orientation according to flight dynamics and the Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer is spot on.
So if you are joining new folks, please do subscribe. I put a link for subscription. Subscription is free, folks. Thank you. Definitely helps if you subscribe the channel. Thanks, everyone.
Once again, just 10 seconds after entry interface, we will see Integrity reaching its peak speed of 24,661.21 miles per hour. That will be just seconds before we begin a 6-minute blackout period.
Integrity Houston, your vehicle is in a good config for CM-SM SEP and go for CM raise.
It's at 17,000 miles.
We see the same on board and copy go for CM raise.
That CM raise referred to as the slight firing of 19 seconds by Integrity's thrusters with a change in velocity of 9.9 feet per second, a slight nudge of the aft end of the vehicle so that it's tilted a bit upward, providing the final angle of attack as the vehicle enters the Earth's atmosphere. This being the mitigating factor that will reduce heat loads on the heat shield as we reach a point downrange from the start of entry interface, some 1,701 nautical miles to the splashdown site.
We are at 3,000 800 miles away from the Earth, flying at 17,000 miles per hour,
Integrity
folks.
systems in excellent shape.
Peggy, thank you.
We are currently 3,300 nautical miles.
I can't believe
mission.
the data I'm looking at.
Splashdown scheduled 36 minutes, 39 seconds from now.
You have to believe what you are seeing with your own eyes.
Houston, for
That's
the
amazing.
two enabled prop cautions, what happened is while the thrusters were firing, multiple pressure sensors on each of the strings diverged a bit from each other. Those limits look to be set pretty tight. We think it could happen again when the thrusters fire in the future, so we are going to suppress those messages.
We concur with suppress, not inhibit. Thank you.
That exchange between Jackie Mahaffey, our Capcom for tonight, and Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity, indicating basically to ignore sensor data. All of Integrity systems are in good shape.
Yeah, Scott, we can, but I think it's at this moment the weather isn't very good, so that is one problem. The second problem is it is coming from like basically very, very close to the Earth. So by the time almost like tracking ISS, it is very difficult. It just goes on top of your...
Now, coming up on about 90 seconds till the crew module, service module separation.
Yeah, in the sky, it is going like really fast. Telescopes don't track it. You need to manually hold the telescope to move it. So, I mean, can it be done? Yes. But with this weather, with these conditions, it's way too much to do it. It is now in the Earth's magnetosphere, yes.
The most critical phase.
Oh, it's almost inside. It's like right.
The preparatory activities leading up to the vehicle entering the Earth's atmosphere just 21 minutes from now.
Yeah. So right now time is 6:34 local time, folks. So you are dealing 6:32 local time, 6:53 local time, 6:53, 20 minutes.
Up on 1 minute. Mark 1 minute till crew module, service module separation.
So the crew module, service module separation will happen. That means they are now left with only capsule. So you are now, there is no navigation anymore. All it is now is like almost like somebody firing something, and this thing is like going into the atmosphere. The stuff on the left is gone. The NASA and that other thing is the only thing left. All the, the stuff with the solar arrays, cameras, all that is another piece. It separates out. You are left with a small capsule, almost like 300 cubic feet of space and a big heat shield. And if you pray God, these are the ones that you got. And then you need to come home safely. There you go, guys.
And we have confirmation of crew module, service module separation.
That's live, folks. Live.
And a great
live.
View.
Oh my God.
Albeit momentarily.
We missed if you saw that.
Good step on board.
Yeah. So that thing is going away.
European service module now separated from Integrity. A job well done.
Yeah.
Integrity, no action for the 4 CDH cautions. Those are SM related, not applicable.
Yeah, so that is amazing, folks.
Integrity.
Amazing. Awesome view. I can't believe it.
So with Integrity now flying free on its own for the remaining 32 minutes of this mission. Next up, the raise burn, a 19-second firing of Integrity's thrusters.
GPS 2.
It has basic thrusters, folks.
GPS 2.
Yeah, exactly. It is almost like something coming out.
2-minute mark until the raise burn. Again, this is the final tweaking of the orientation of Integrity to put it in the right angle, if you will, the angle of attack that it will fly in during its entrance into the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface now just 18 minutes, 25 seconds away.
Yeah, it is.
This is a visualization, but driven by real-time telemetry. This is the maneuvering of integrity to the raised burn orientation. Just 2,800 miles from Earth.
Houston, we got a great view of the European service module out the window with the sun hitting the side and the solar rays and the NASA worm right there. It's a beautiful looking machine.
Roger.
And we have completed the maneuver to the raised burn orientation, 1 minute away from the raised burn.
I can't believe, folks, this is unreal. There is one view that they are watching in the mission control on the left-hand side of the screen. That is something that is giving them, the shaking moment as well. More than likely, it's one of those cameras. And watching that is something really big. We need to see if that's possible.
And the crew module raised burn is underway, a 19-second firing of the thrusters, and we have a completion of the burn.
Guys, look at on the left, right here.
Integrity, good. CM raised burn. Your flight path angle is within limits.
Integrity copies. Looks good on board, Jackie.
So the final maneuver is now complete. Our trajectory for a splashdown in the Pacific 29 minutes from now is set and will not be amended any further. And we have the right angle of attack to mitigate any excessive heat loads on the vehicle during entry interface.
Integrity Houston, a heads up about comm coverage.
Folks, watch this.
When you perform the 180 roll,
I don't know where the view is coming
so
from.
in that attitude, we expect about a minute LOS.
We copy.
Maybe it's a simulation. I don't know. It looks real though.
So for those who are watching the series of events coming up, we will enter the first traces of Earth's atmosphere 14 minutes, 45 seconds from now. 6:53 and 30 seconds is what is pegged for entry interface at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling at approximately 34,800 feet per second, range to touchdown or splashdown 1,701 nautical miles. 24 seconds after entry interface, we will enter a 6-minute blackout period in which we will lose communications with the crew. This is expected due to the buildup of plasma.
I'm glad they're showing a tiny bit of it.
Due to the collision, if you will, of the velocity of the spacecraft with the friction of the Earth's atmosphere.
No,
that 6-minute
it
blackout is expected to begin at
looks like live cameras, folks.
54 seconds.
Actually, 2 live cameras.
During that period of time, we will reach our peak speed of 24,661 miles per hour. That comes just short, based on unofficial data from the flight dynamics officer right now, will come just short of the velocity record set by Apollo 10 of 24,791 miles per hour in 1969. We expect peak heating on the vehicle At 6:54 and 52 seconds p.m. Central Time, a minute and 22 seconds into entry interface. At that point, we will be just 204,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 33,000 feet per second. The blackout period is expected to last 6 minutes. We expect that blackout period to end at 6:59 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time. From the end of the blackout period until splashdown, it is just 7 minutes, at which point we'll start deploying the series of parachutes to slow integrity down to an ultimate splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour.
We see the same, waiting for the 180 rolls.
The parachute deployment sequence, once again, will come in several segments, but in rapid-fire succession.
And we have a great view of the moon out window 2. Looks a little smaller than yesterday.
Guess we'll have to go back.
I'm trying to make that as big as I can, folks.
Reed Wiseman and Jackie Mahaffey exchanging discussion on a view of the moon that Integrity's astronauts are seeing in the final minutes of this mission that will be completed with splashdown just 25 minutes from now. 3 forward bay cover parachutes will be used to pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle. Then 2 Drogue parachutes will be deployed to slow and stabilize the crew module during its descent, followed by 3 pilot parachutes that will lift and deploy the main parachutes from the forward bay. The final sequence will have 3 main parachutes deployed. These will be 116 feet in diameter, each main parachute approximately 265 feet long when reefed.
Hey,
the
folks.
Parachutes will ultimately slow Integrity down from its peak speed of almost 33 times the speed of sound to a gentle 19 miles an hour at splashdown.
If you are new to this channel, please do subscribe, folks. I'm sharing my view here. This particular screen is...
The vehicle is now currently in a roll to the proper attitude for entry interface. Our trajectory is right on according to flight dynamics.
Yeah, I will... Yeah. It's like dead silence, folks.
Integrity is on a trajectory from southwest and northeast across the Pacific Ocean, descending at a rate of 15,000 feet per second.
21,000 miles per hour.
Range to touchdown 4,300 nautical miles, all the systems in excellent shape.
1,100 miles from the Earth. This is from the side angle view.
Integrity, Orion in the EI roll 180 attitude.
Looks good on board, Jackie.
This view out of one of Integrity's windows. We had a call for 3 good barrows. Those are barometric pressure sensors that feed altitude and rate of descent information to Integrity's computers that will trigger the parachute deployment sequence.
Yeah, they should have used this view a lot.
Less than 9 minutes away from entry interface, 22 minutes from splashdown.
Oh my God. Guys, you can actually see unreal.
You can see the reflection of one of the crew members in the window.
Unreal, unreal. Oh, zoom out.
Out in the Pacific,
Yeah.
the weather conditions remain go. Just a few clouds, some scattered clouds.
I
Winds
didn't.
at 10 knots.
Yeah, I kept everything
Wave
intact.
heights just about 4 feet.
The other version is.
A gentle day in the Pacific for the homecoming of Integrity's astronauts.
Yeah, it's not the video. It's basically that you're looking through a window of a space shuttle. So, but it looks better than my car.
Integrity back in EI attitude.
Yeah, it's basically a outside camera push.
We see the same on board, Jackie.
No, that is homecoming, yes.
Houston, purge is complete. Crew and vehicle are configured for entry.
Yeah,
Houston copies.
Yeah, you are becoming 3 times more weight than your original weight because it's pulling 3.2 gravity. 3.2 G means every G is going to make your weight double, right? So suddenly let's say if you are 200 pounds, you will suddenly become 400 pounds. And none of your body can move at 400 pounds. Because your muscles are not used to.
Houston, in instruction 509,
Imagine
we are not below 0.2.
Imagine if it is 600 pounds. You are like basically becoming a bug on a windshield, right? It's literally like that. It's like something is pressurizing you.
No action required.
That's why the 3.2 G is not a small feeling. It's amazing. It's too heavy. That's what it is. So anyway, this is very interesting, folks.
Now, 6 minutes away from entry interface, we will hit the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling about 34,882 feet per second. Ranged splashdown at that point will be 1,701 nautical miles.
We are 4 minutes away from that reentry point. So we are waiting for 6:53 is the reentry. So communication blockouts starts at 6:53, like 4 minutes from now. 48.
Again, just a reminder,
9 minutes.
Some 24 seconds after entry interface, we do expect to lose communications with the vehicle and the crew during a 6-minute blackout period, when a plasma shield will build up around the spacecraft due to the ionization, due to heating effects. And Flight Dynamics has just confirmed we will have a blackout period of exactly 6 minutes in duration. And once again, that's due to the fact that a plasma buildup around the vehicle will prevent communications and data. So we will not be able to talk to the crew members at that time, nor will we receive data here in the flight control room.
Houston, everything is looking good on board. Just confirm no pre-EI downloads.
Yeah, 6:49 versus 6:53.
That blackout period to begin at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time, and again will last about 6 minutes in duration.
Outside camera is just amazing. Look at that,
4 minutes
folks.
away from entry interface.
Folks, what you are covering is the view of the Earth, folks. Unbelievable. And if someone is talking about the stars, you can see the stars there, like right there, right here. I don't know what they are. Probably they are stars. Or maybe satellites. We'll know more about it later. Outside, they have cameras outside. They just didn't turn on because of bandwidth. folks, not to keep you reminding, but if you are new to this channel, please do subscribe. Thank you. The subscription link is on the screen.
This view from Integrity as it crosses from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean, 3 minutes from entry interface.
Yeah, it's basically going over Pacific.
16.5 minutes till splashdown.
Going over Pacific. The entire ring of fire, basically.
The USS John P. Murtha and the recovery team is on station and in position, as are the airborne imagery assets that we hope to receive imagery from as Artemis enters the Earth's atmosphere and through parachute deployment.
So right now they are at 206 miles above the Earth, 206 miles, and they are flying at 24,300 miles per
All
hour.
Integrity systems are in great shape. The crew is ready to complete its mission just 15.5 minutes from now. All of the activities today have gone off in perfect fashion. No issues with the vehicle, no issues with the crew. And the weather at the splashdown site is go.
Yeah, probably that's a service module, the one that came out of the, probably that's what it is. We'll know more about it. Folks, it is now at 151 miles and it is right now flying at 24,000 miles and it is relaying it in live view to us. Unbelievable. Live view when something is flying at 25,000 miles.
Coming up on 1 minute until entry interface.
It's providing us the live view, folks. Live view when it is flying at 24,000 miles, 100 miles, 119 miles from the Earth. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Mark 1 minute until entry interface.
6:53, folks.
1 minute, 20 seconds until the expected start of our 6-minute blackout.
Starting now.
1 minute to a 6-minute blackout.
Oh my goodness. We'll start seeing a little bit of fire, hopefully, like that plasma, very soon. The plasma starts at 86 miles, 85, 83. Basically, once the plasma starts, we can't see any signal anymore. Thank you for watching, folks. So 75 miles above the Earth, plasma will start soon. And once the plasma starts,
10 seconds till entry interface.
You will not see signal anymore. My goodness. The fire did started on the backside of the Artemis.
And we have crossed the threshold now,
Yeah.
entering the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, so now
We're at 400,000 feet, traveling 34,800 feet per second.
The fire did start.
Time to splash down 13 minutes, 10 seconds.
Unreal, unreal. All that stuff, the orange stuff that you are seeing is all the plasma, live plasma. And we have lost the signal.
As predicted, we've entered our communications blackout.
So we did see
This
a
will be a
tiny
6-minute
bit of
blackout
orange
period.
flame.
No voice, no data from the crew.
This is what the crew is experiencing, folks. This is what is happening there.
We're 30 seconds away from the anticipated point of peak heating on the vehicle, where temperatures will rise to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's what is happening
there.
there.
True test of our trajectory.
I believe that's what. Oh, watch this. I'm going to minimize this. Look
And from the G5 aircraft in the vicinity of the splashdown zone, this view of Integrity.
This is the view of the Integrity.
So that pinpoint of light shows the vehicle.
That's the
As it
vehicle,
enters,
folks.
The period of peak heating in the Earth's atmosphere, the first tug of gravity being felt by Integrity's astronauts, since their launch back on April 1st.
I do wanted to show you guys if something is coming up there. Yeah, so
4.5 minutes until the end of the blackout period. Time to splashdown, 11 minutes, 33 seconds.
My goodness, my goodness. Leave it alone. Yeah, I mean, basically right now, it's a 6 minutes countdown. It ends at 7:03. So we are waiting this time right here on the screen that you are seeing on the right hand side. It has to become 6:03. That's what we are waiting for. That time on the top.
The landing and support officer reports that the P3 has acquisition on integrity.
Oh, they have acquisition on integrity. Okay. So they are tracking it.
3.5 minutes left in this blackout period. This is a visualization of the plasma buildup around the spacecraft and the repelling of that heat on Integrity's heat shield.
Amazing, folks. "33 miles above the Earth." Actually, it's 87, 88 miles. That's what we are tracking. That visualization is showing closer than what it is. So
Flight Dynamics reports that airborne assets in the vicinity of the splashdown zone do have a visual on integrity. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in our blackout period. Time to splashdown, 9 minutes, 35 seconds.
time to splashdown, 9 minutes, folks. 8 minutes, 56 seconds.
Multiple airborne assets as part of the recovery team all have visuals on integrity.
They need to switch to the visuals.
And the WB-57 flying in the splashdown zone also has a visual. And the Navy helos also have visuals.
Yeah, if we can get one of the visuals from the...
We're still in the blackout period. Still do not have communications from the crew.
Yeah, we need to get visuals from the ships that are looking at it. We just need one point of view from the ground. Unreal, folks. This happened 57 years back. And it's happening after 57 years.
We're standing by for communications from the crew. We should be out of the blackout period less than a minute from now.
Yeah, 57 years ago, people experienced the same thing, but not in color, probably. Not with all the YouTube, not with all the live shows, live, all this stuff. Probably some black and white TV, I guess.
We are now processing data from integrity.
Oh, Lucia, you were
Landing
there.
and support officer reports
Awesome.
small boats
Good for
are en
you.
route to the splashdown target zone.
Good for you. Folks, this is the view. Okay. Yeah, it is slowing down. It's like, so they must have deployed the parachutes. We need to see. It's right now 15.
Passing through 150,000 feet, our trajectory is perfect. We're getting intermittent views.
Yeah.
Of integrity. Still waiting to establish voice communication.
So this is basically the view from the ground.
Integrity, Houston, comm check, post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
Wow.
Guidance looks good.
Folks.
No action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
Not
Big
yet.
cheers from the
12
room here in Mission Control
12 miles.
Voice communication reestablished with Commander Reed Wiseman.
Amazing, amazing, folks.
For America and a waiting world, Integrity.
That's a plasma,
5.5
folks.
minutes away from coming home.
That's plasma, like light around the Integrity.
Passing 100,000 feet now. Range to splashdown 19 nautical miles.
It shows 14 nautical miles and 1,300 miles per hour. My God. That plasma gives me goosebumps whenever I see it. Plasma is unreal, folks. It's the fourth state of matter. The compressed air creates that plasma.
Integrity, impact to the camera controller fail is no Cab 1 views of the chutes.
Integrity.
We're processing good data through the GPS system. A good view of Integrity. Time to splashdown 4.5 minutes.
5 miles, folks. No parachutes yet. It should deploy now.
And a view of Integrity from the WB-57.
Look at the...
50,000 feet.
We just created a UFO. If someone looks at it, they call it UFO. Yep. Oh, wow. Now it is touching our atmosphere. No more data from the visualization.
The pyros are armed for forward bay cover jettison.
Oh, so there are small... Wow, wow. 3 minutes to touchdown. Folks, if you are new, please do subscribe. Those are the parachutes,
And there go
folks.
the first
Amazing.
series of parachutes.
Amazing, folks.
And we're on Drogues.
Yes, amazing.
And Houston, we're visual 2 Drogues out the window.
2 good Drogue shoots.
Yeah.
Next up.
We copy, we see them.
Next up, the deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out. Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yay, this is awesome, folks. Amazing, amazing. Yeah.
Perfect descent rate.
Oh, wow. The YouTube must be broken. So, YouTube must be completely broken right now.
According to flight dynamics.
I'm good. I'm good. They made it live. They came out. We talked about it. So, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Passing through 10,000 feet. Still on Drogues.
So those Drogues are going to slow it down. Yeah, now they are on these bigger pilot parachutes.
Main chute deploy.
Yep. This will completely slow down.
We're at 5,000 feet.
Thank you, folks, for watching. If you are new, please subscribe. Thanks for
Search
coming
and
here to
recovery
watch.
beacon has been activated on
Amazing.
Integrity.
Amazing, folks. Look at it now.
And
We are
have
just
3 good
flying.
main shoots.
We are just flying now.
Good 3 main shoots. Good reefing.
Hey, Neo.
Good descent rate.
Good rates, and
Neo.
we see 3 good-looking parachutes.
Arjun, come.
Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates no need
We
for
are
hydrogen
on.
checks.
We just land. We are landing. The parachutes deployed, and that thing is safe.
This is a perfect descent for Integrity. Its crew sounding hail and hearty on board.
They're safe.
Time to splash down 1 minute, 15 seconds.
Look at it. Did you see it?
Yeah, it looks like a UFO.
Like with all the parachutes, and it is slowly now touchdown.
It's gonna touch the water.
Yeah.
Integrity about to complete a journey spanning 694,481
This happened 57 years ago.
From its launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon.
Land.
Hey, yeah. Amazing, folks. Look at the entry here on the the door. Oh my goodness. So they have those mini boosters there
So they can push it down to the ground.
to control. Yeah, you see that?
Passing through 1,000 feet.
Oh, it controls the direction. My God. That is something, folks. That is something. Thank you. Thank you, Jess. Yeah, folks, this is, yeah, look at that. This is actually the live view of the shuttle, of the capsule, Orion capsule. And I believe we are watching through a telescope.
Splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Oh my goodness.
Splashdown confirmed.
That's a splashdown.
Waiting on
Confirmed.
VLDR.
Folks,
Splashdown
awesome.
confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time,
Countdown-
5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Countdown time 0,
From
folks.
the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
Folks, yeah, beautiful new chapter, folks. New chapter in life, definitely yes.
And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle is stable 1. We still will be deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for Integrity and its 4 astronauts.
What a moment, folks. What a moment. What a moment, folks. Amazing moment for whoever did this. However they did it, it's something unreal. Unreal experience.
The unofficial splashdown time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you. That would put the end of the mission at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 35 seconds. And we're configuring for very
Hey,
low data
Dominic,
rate.
thank you.
Once again, splashdown occurring in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on VLDR. How us?
We have you the same. We'll meet you over in post-landing.
Perfect communications established.
A journey. We are
Yeah, that thing is having trouble because of the internet. So
reporting 4 green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means.
D, thank you for your support.
Upright, the crew module uprighting system is being deployed. The 5 airbags being inflated through helium.
Thank you, Nancy. Thanks, folks.
For the vehicle. This was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for integrity. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon.
So thank you, folks. Thanks for joining the stream. I know you have tons of channels to watch this from, and you chose this channel to watch, which is amazing. I do wanted to thank a lot of people who are supporting this channel, and if you wanted to subscribe to any other channel, there is one channel that works really hard. His name is Angry Astronaut.
Right now it's looking great.
So if you are listening to me, please do watch. This is the Angry Astronaut channel.
And guys, I've got my moderators there. Anybody who makes comments about how the world's flat.
So this is Angry Astronaut. Please do show him some love. I think he's a good guy. He's amazing. He supported me. So please do provide support to Mr. Angry Astronaut. Thank you.
Excellent shape.
Alright. Sorry guys. I'm so done with it.
Oh, thank you. No, I have to call him because 56 years from now.
Is in 406, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on. However, the recovery team is not seeing the signal. Your SAR radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
Okay, copy. And we're also powering up the sat phone now.
So integrity is in great shape, and as the crew continues its post-splashdown timelined activities on board, Reed
Thank you, folks.
Reporting that all 4 crew members are in excellent shape, and we have 5 inflated airbags to maintain an upright configuration, so that the recovery team can now begin a slow approach to the vehicle. Meanwhile, here in the flight control room, entry flight director Rick Henfling.
Lucia, thank you.
His team of flight controllers.
I believe you said you watched the last stream and you are watching this stream.
Down the vehicle.
That's amazing for you. Congratulations for making the full round trip of whatever that happened
personnel can approach
before.
The vehicle. But not until we have powered down the spacecraft. That's expected to take a few more minutes.
Oh, the spacecraft has to be powered down, meaning that Orion capsule is still on. So, oh, thank you for all the support, folks. Yeah, I was very nervous when I want to see the heat shield, how it looks.
Back on Earth, following its historic flyby of the moon. It was, for all intents and purposes, a textbook mission.
On 28 per hour remain on this frequency.
Oh, thank you. Likewise.
Reed Wiseman indicating some trouble with the SARSAT phone on board, but that's not an issue. What is more important is that the vehicle is solid, No issues as we begin the power down of the vehicle to begin the recovery process.
Folks, someone supported the channel. I did not even say thank you. Lucia, okay, I saw you there. Thank you. I definitely said, Princess Yoda, thank you for your support. Thank you. Yeah, dolphins would be cool, but I mean, folks, people like me, like I was very nervous when, Watchman, thank you. So I was very nervous when I saw like the stress that was built up on the heat shield. We didn't send one person, we sent 4 people there. And they are all in this tiny little thing with 300 cubic feet.
Can you say again, that was very weak and broken?
Integrity, Houston did not call.
Copy that, Houston. It might have been on the SAR radio. Stand by.
Yeah, we will be seeing the heat shield soon. They'll be doing all the research on it.
All of the milestones were executed in perfect fashion. Integrity entering the Earth's atmosphere right on time, reaching its peak speed shortly after a blackout period began. We emerged from the blackout period, but the recovery imagery airborne assets were able to pick up Integrity's descent almost immediately through entry.
You know, the cool thing about it is not nighttime, right? They did it like literally. The way they planned this is like, this is 7:19 p.m. Central Time. So they picked prime time to do the show, right? So they picked the peakest hour of the TV, they picked the peakest hour of everything. They know like this is the time when everybody will watch. What if it's midnight? Nobody watches, right? So they picked, they did a very, like almost like a textbook mission. So oh, thank you, thank you.
Integrity, Houston, with no joy on SAR and SAT phone, we'd like you to command an additional 15 minutes for a total of 30-minute power down delay.
All right, Jackie, we have selected T/D+30. No joy on SAR radio or sat phone.
Yeah, dolphins love
Stand by. We have the master
human beings, mostly all the sonic sounds that our equipment make. Dolphins are the ones that has the bigger brain than human beings. So they are more intelligent than us. They may not have consciousness, or they might, we don't know. Yeah, that's a whole different world to talk about.
If you are happy with your comm with Master Diver, you can go back to the 15-minute power down.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, we'll confirm here in a second.
The crew on board Integrity coordinating with the flight control team in Houston here in Mission Control on the timing of the power down of the vehicle, which will be the precursor to the recovery teams approaching the spacecraft. There are no issues with Integrity. We've had a bit of broken capability in establishing a SARSAT or satellite phone communications capability between the crew on board Integrity and the recovery team. That will get sorted out here shortly.
So they couldn't
There's plenty of cooling on board Integrity.
They may have an iPhone. They can use their iPhone.
You on the sat phone and not getting an answer there either.
Concur. We haven't had anything come through.
Can you talk about the light now, please? No, we'll talk about the lights. Yes, we can go live separately. And just
Houston, if you could relay to recovery that we hear them,
what do you want to know about lights?
But it does not appear as though they are hearing us.
Glenn, what do you want to know about lights?
And Reed, just to confirm, you are pushing the PTT on the radio.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
So as we continue to sort out the communications between Integrity and the recovery teams, we are standing by for the initiation of the power down procedures.
Oh, how many lumens you're asking that light?
Are moving towards the side of the capsule. The next major event will be the erection of that large inflatable.
You still wanted to talk about lights on the moon.
Front porch.
Actually,
that will be the port of call for
yeah,
the crew
we'll
being extracted one by one from the vehicle.
We will do a little bit of live follow-up on regarding the lights on the moon. I think that will be better. I am disoriented, yes.
Integrity, Houston.
My mind is not here right now.
We are going to attempt to call you.
So, no, I'm, yeah, whoever guessed it correctly, little bit, you are right.
Good idea, stand by.
I just need a little bit of break in my head.
And Jackie, yes, we are pushing the push to talk.
I'm not kidding. I was
on the left side of the radio,
still
the up-down arrows.
with the shock.
Them. I'm rebooting the radio to see if we get good comms.
And also what bugs me is like they could not get comms with the
copy all, and, just
people inside.
You are seeing that you are touchdown plus 3030 for power, correct?
That's affirmative.
Yeah, so they are still talking to the ground control. It's that their sat phone doesn't work with the ship, I guess. Jennifer, thank you. I don't call it myself that, Jennifer, but yes. Yeah, no, these guys cannot
approach to have mission control here call the crew on their satellite phone. This is all part of the coordination for the power down of the vehicle that will initiate the actual recovery operation.
We are going to keep the live for sure because we do wanted to see what's happening there.
On Integrity to begin the process of erecting the large inflatable raft that's called the front porch that will be where the astronauts are extracted from so that they can have a few minutes to get their land legs back.
For sure, I'm going to keep that on.
Before they're hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters for the flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
Yeah, I do wanted to talk about, no, I'm not showing Max anymore. I'm just kidding, later. But I guess I was a bit concerned about the whole mission, right, basically. So I wanted to make sure that this goes through. I mean, it's not only we are having people on board, but also...
And Houston, please don't reply. NRD, very weak, but readable. Master Diver, we can hear, but they cannot hear us.
Laura, thank you. So these guys cannot communicate to the ground crew? Is that what's going on there? Why can't...
And Houston, on on OE1. Is there any chance to tie us into NRD?
They are tired. Very tired, probably.
Checking.
Oh, really? One got caught up?
This is Mission Control Houston. While we stand by for the establishment of communications between Integrity and the recovery team that is basically standing by very close to the spacecraft, we're going to go to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha, where Megan Cruz is standing by with Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Yeah, they have iPhone 17 Pro Max, but I don't know if there is a signal middle of the ocean.
To be here on the ship, to be able to share and experience this moment.
Oh, they
with
can use the
everyone
sat
together. And
phone
of course,
on the
as you just said,
iPhone.
yes,
Yeah.
Here with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Administrator, how did you feel getting to witness this and seeing NASA at its best?
Yeah, you can use.
I'm honestly, I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, you know, like the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this, and then it's NASA Administrator. I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed to this incredible moment right now. And yeah, incredibly grateful too for our teams here on the John P. Murtha right now.
Yeah, look at them behind us here.
Got everybody. Hey, what do you guys think? We just brought some astronauts back from the moon, huh? Unbelievable. Thank you. Yeah, so grateful to the Navy, the sailors that are here.
Vayapnar, thank you for your support. Leslie, thank you. Thank you.
Recovery forces are getting
Folks,
out to
you
Orion
guys,
spacecraft,
I'm going to keep the video
on the ship
like
safely.
live
Yeah,
on.
and this is not just an accomplishment
Because
for
we
NASA. This
do
is an
wanted to watch
accomplishment
what's
for
going
humanity.
on.
Again, a historic mission to the moon and back. How does
Because
this,
rest is
make
all
you feel, and what do you hope people take
pretty
away from
much
it?
like TV.
Well, I'll tell you, I think about the crew members that we've all had an opportunity to observe over the last 10 days, right? I mean, they're absolutely professional astronauts. I mean, wonderful communicators, almost poets. But then I think these were the ambassadors from humanity to the stars that we sent out there right now. And I can't imagine a better crew than the Artemis II crew that just completed a perfect mission right now. So yes, it's a huge moment for everybody, right? I mean, we are back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon, bringing them back safely, and to set up for a series more. I mean, this is not.
This has to become a very much.
No, it's not. This is just the beginning. We are going to get back into doing this with frequency, sending missions to the moon until we land on it in 2028 and start building our base.
Yeah, are we going to build on the momentum for Artemis III? I mean, it's just around the corner.
Absolutely. So I mean, that's part of me too.
So if this is successful, it will become very much commercial, folks. Like it's almost commercial to a point where they will be sending lot more and lot more and lot more, because now you have a playbook that works. Basically it will get commercialized pretty quickly, which is a good news for every one of us. So at some point of time, basically you can go on a weekend somewhere. That's what it will happen if this gets proven, because the technology we used was pretty much non-existent that we used in 1950s. So, and also there is a whole story of like how we were able to even do it at that time. And now this, whatever we did, is probably a repeatable process. And there is a chance that this can be safely repeated. As time passes by, it gets commercialized. So, yeah. I will not talk about that stuff. But anyway, so that's really what I'm thinking. So.
All of our allies and partners coming together saying we are committed to this effort. We are returning to the moon. We're doing it to stay. We are building that enduring presence. We are going to master the skills on the surface of the moon so someday we can undertake missions to Mars. It's just an incredibly exciting time, and we're not going at it alone. We're bringing everybody along with us.
Absolutely. And speaking of everyone, one more time, we're going to ask the crew here. You guys ready to land on the moon? Awesome. I love that. Okay, well, thank you so much, Administrator. Appreciate you being here. We're, of course, going to stay on to watch the crew get extracted from Orion, so stay tuned, and we'll see you back here shortly.
All right, I'm going to keep the live
thank you, Megan, and thank
view
you,
on for some time, and I'll come back here shortly.
Working to establish that communications link and to establish the procedures that will lead to the power down of the spacecraft, which is gently bobbing in the Pacific following a bullseye touchdown that occurred at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego. We have once again heard from the crew during that interview opportunity with the administrator, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board. We now have confirmation that the vehicle has been powered down as per the procedures. So we have vehicle powered down, and the flight control team here in Houston, Flight Director Rick Henfling, has handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems team out in the Pacific. Now, we will physically not get off console with this team until the crew has been extracted into the front porch, that inflatable raft that will be erected along the side hatch of Integrity. So we're standing by for that in the next step in the recovery procedures. But everything is in great shape, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board the vehicle. All of the entry events went by the book, no issues, perfect trajectory for Integrity that was culminated with one final raise burn to improve the angle of attack for the vehicle as it entered the Earth's atmosphere. All of that flight dynamics computation worked like a charm. So we are standing by for the recovery team to approach Integrity and begin the process of erecting that inflatable raft called the front porch, which will see the crew members be extracted from the hatch of Orion into that inflatable raft before they're hoisted aboard 2 Navy helicopters in a variety of different configurations. Each crew member will be hoisted in sequential fashion, in alternating fashion, 2 crew members for each helicopter before they turn around to head back to the John P. Murtha. Once on the deck of the ship, they'll be brought into medical bay for comprehensive medical exams. But Reed Wiseman has reported several times that the crew is in excellent shape. So just to recap, it has been some 26.5 minutes since the splashdown of Integrity in the Pacific. The vehicle is in excellent shape. It performed like a champ all the way down through the Earth's atmosphere. All of the vehicle functions were checked off in excellent trip hammer fashion. The parachutes all deployed as planned. Splashdown occurring at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. And after a bit of a tussle to try to establish a communications link with the recovery team, we were finally able to run through the procedures for the powering down of the vehicle. We've handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems folks out in the Pacific, and the recovery team will be approaching the vehicle shortly to erect the inflatable raft called the front porch before opening the hatch to Integrity to bring the crew members onto that raft before they're hoisted onto two Navy helicopters, two crew members for each helicopter, before they're flown back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
No, folks, that's not the heat shield. They're having trouble. They have issues with the communication, which is one problem, right? So they need to establish, it's been like 30 minutes now. They are supposed to communicate. They haven't communicated yet, like ground crew to ground crew kind of standpoint. Once that is done, I think they are going to leave these guys in the hands of the ground crew, like literally from, yeah, there is no, they are all doing well. They are doing very, very well. Yes. They are doing extremely well. They are doing extremely well. So, yeah, everyone is doing well. It's like they are talking as well, right? So,
this is Mission Control Houston. After talking to the flight dynamics folks, we have a bit of a refinement on the splashdown time for you. Their computation shows a splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time, 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. Once again, from Flight Dynamics, a splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds.
No, they are wearing these heavy suits, right? They have helmets, they have all this heavy gear, and
reports from the Pacific indicate that the recovery team, in communications with the crew aboard Integrity, that the crew remains in excellent shape as they await the approach of the team for a final hazard gas evaluation before they move to the side of the vehicle to erect the inflatable life raft called the front porch.
Yeah, I think it's more of a logistics problems. They're so close to the...
Again, no issues with Integrity. The vehicle is powered down. All of its systems are now safed. We have handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems folks in the Pacific, but we will not stand down and have the entry flight control team depart its positions until that inflatable raft, the front porch, is erected, the hatch open, and the crew having exited the vehicle. So that's the next step in the recovery process that will lead to the hoisting of the crew members. For 2 crew members for each helicopter, they'll be hoisted to a pair of Navy helicopters that will then fly a short distance back to the USS John P. Murtha.
The boat is not attracting shark. I believe they need to find a way,
hazard assessment.
like easier way to anchor it. They may have a plan. So these people do this for a living. So 2 million people are watching. Yeah. Oh yeah, they had, all of them got their lives back. It's like literally, they have to appreciate the life they have. No, they are not out yet. They call it the front door or porch door or whatever they call it. So there is a door, the hatch has to open. I believe they have to open it from outside. They are looking at a way to anchor it, I believe. And making sure of the safety, right? Yeah. I believe they are looking for some kind of, they're holding something in their hand and scanning. Is that a camera? Is that like something to sense? We have no idea. See, look at that. Or is it a cell phone? Oh, there is a leak test they would be doing. They came so close, almost as close as they can hold it with their hand. And then now...
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, you're watching the initiation of the recovery of the Artemis crew aboard Integrity. All of the Navy divers and the fast boats are now approaching the spacecraft after conducting a hazard assessment. The vehicle has been powered down. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling now waiting for the life raft, the front porch, to be erected along the side of the vehicle so that the hatch can be opened and the crew members extracted from Integrity, soon to be hoisted one by one into a pair of Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. If you missed it earlier, we talked to Flight Dynamics and received a more official touchdown time or splashdown time, as it were, of 7:07 and 27 seconds PM Central Time, 5:07 and 27 seconds PM Pacific Time. That would equate to
they have not got the clearance to open it.
32 minutes.
They are reporting the data that they are collecting. So somebody got to bless the open. So these guys are just operationals people. Yeah, they may have a long checklist, and once the checklist is done, they have to see what's going on there and make sure. It's a long wait. No radiation devices. Probably there will be, no doubt about it. Oh, they would definitely check the radiation on these ones. 100%. Oh, Windy Loom, thank you. Yeah, I mean, there was quite a bit of like NASA broadcast audio, which I am listening myself. So I haven't done a whole lot to explain everyone, but I believe I was plugging in as much as I can to, yeah. Oh, the parachutes are, I mean, the spacesuits are atmospheric controlled. So they'll be, I won't say quite comfortable, but they've been through like 3.2 G when they are entering. So they must be worn out, that's for sure. But they've been trained for several years now. So their health is in perfect condition. So mental health, physical health, I think they are in pretty good condition. And also they're coming in with a huge victory on their back, right, on their shoulders. So I think that gives you the boost too, right? So it's not a small achievement they did. So they would definitely be in a place where they feel like they did something, right? They are thankful to whomever they need to be thankful for, and they, not only the family but everyone else, and
continuing to get
NASA,
views
country,
from the
God,
imagery,
everybody,
assets
right? So
out at sea in the Pacific of integrity. We continue to get good reports from the landing and support officer, who's in contact with the recovery team, that the crew is in excellent shape, no issues. They're just currently biding their time, waiting for the front porch to be erected. We have no hazardous hazard gases and no hazardous situation with the vehicle. It performed perfectly all the way down from entry interface to its splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 and 27 seconds PM Central Time. And as you can see, the first phalanx of recovery personnel now pulling up alongside of integrity.
yeah, it's been quite a bit of experience for
This
these.
includes Navy divers and
But
Navy
they
flight
would
surgeons
be. It's part
and
of
other
the
recovery personnel
equation,
who have
folks.
trained for several years for this recovery process.
Yeah, they have to, like, this is the entire thing is learning experience. Oh, they are now touching it. Cool. Oh, now they are holding it. Now they tug the boat to that one.
At this hour, some 41 minutes following splashdown, The vehicle has been powered down. There's no hazardous gas emanating from the vehicle. That's why the first team of recovery personnel has been able to pull alongside Integrity. And the reports continue to come in that the 4 astronauts are in excellent shape. Yes.
Hey, Nancy, we are waiting for the people to come out. So we are watching all the things happening. Reading this chat is a lot of fun. Everyone has their own perspective of what's going on, so. You can't even believe what others are thinking unless you read the comments.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to watch the initiation of the recovery of Integrity's astronauts. One by one, they'll be brought out of the spacecraft onto a large inflatable raft just a short time from now. In the meantime, we can go back to the USS John P. Murtha, where my colleague Megan Cruz is standing by to provide her situation report. Megan, can you hear us?
Hey, Rob. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Yeah, we're back here on the bow of the recovery ship where there are still plenty of people peering out into the water. We are not very far from the action everyone is seeing on their screen now. The Orion spacecraft, Integrity, in the ocean, surrounded by a number of recovery boats. As Rob has been saying, in those recovery boats, NASA and Navy personnel specifically trained to get the astronauts out of Orion. In some of our wide shots, you can probably see that there are 6 boats out in the water.
Now you can have an audio.
40 people out in the water right now on those boats. First order of business is to set up the front porch and the stabilization collar. You might also hear it referred to as a stab collar. Basically just to make sure that Orion stays upright, doesn't sway in the water too much, again, to make it easier for recovery forces to get the astronauts out. Orion. We splashed down in the Pacific Ocean just after 5 p.m. Pacific time here. It's a requirement by NASA to be able to get the crew out of Orion within 2 hours of splashdown. So doing great on time so far. Plenty of time. No rush either. I was speaking to NASA flight surgeon Rick Schuring earlier in this broadcast, and he said to me, no rush to get the crew out. Just want to make sure that they're feeling good, and whenever they're ready to take their step out of Orion and onto that large raft.
Artemis II is the mission, Orion is the capsule. Orion's. We just interchange those names all the time, but they also named Orion as Integrity because they wanted to call them as, I guess, one team.
And as there are mission audio loops in
now we have the hatch open.
There is a mission audio loop here on the ship, and it was just reported out that the side hatch is open. Side hatch of Integrity is open. You're getting these beautiful shots from our aerial assets. The ship itself, where I'm on, just 3,000 yards away.
Oh, they are going inside. There is not enough space for those four.
And plenty of people on the boat here, glued to the side closest to where they can see all this action. And again, with just 3,000 yards separating us, great views from the bow here.
Oh.
You can see now that side hatch is open. One of the Navy personnel is about to get inside there.
Look at that, folks. I don't want to miss this.
In they go. In total, 4 will go into Orion. So it'll be a little bit of a tight squeeze, but the goal is to have a recovery personnel with each astronaut assessing them.
They should do this much better next time. This is very, very much like an old style. Yeah, they should lift up this entire thing, put it on a ship where there is no water, let them happily walk outside or something like that.
Now.
Without having all this
Again, that one
trouble.
Right up against Orion, those are the divers that will go in to the spacecraft to check on each of the astronauts. These other boats will begin doing a number of
Those
things,
choppers
putting
can
on
easily
that
lift that
stabilization
craft.
collar onto Orion, building that front porch.
Oh,
Eventually
Mino,
they
thank you.
will
Appreciate
retrieve
the support. Oh
parachutes,
my goodness. Thank you. Thank you so much.
As well as tow Orion back to the well deck of the recovery ship here.
Yeah, they may have some protocol tailored. It's not like they just do it for random. This is all well written in a book somewhere. That this is the person, that this is what they have to do kind of thing. So.
And so as we wait for the Navy and NASA personnel to get their assessment of the crew inside of Orion, why don't we toss it back to Rob for an update?
They may have to get some.
Yeah, thank you, Megan.
Yeah.
Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Rick Hentling and the entry team of flight controllers still on duty. The vehicle has been powered down for some time now. There are no hazardous gases emanating from Integrity. That, of course, allowed the recovery personnel to approach the vehicle and then open the hatch to begin the initial medical assessment of the crew, as you just indicated. Now we're standing by for the erection of that inflatable raft, the front porch, alongside of the vehicle that will enable the crew to be extracted one by one onto the raft, have a moment or two to get their land legs back before they're hoisted into 2 hovering Navy helicopters, 2 crew members for each helicopter, for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
Yeah, so there is quite a bit of thing that they have to do,
All of
folks.
Integrity's systems operated flawlessly throughout the course of the approach to the Earth, the entry into the Earth's atmosphere, and all of the key milestones that followed in this high-speed return to Earth for Integrity. A mission that spanned more than 694,000 miles from the vehicle's launch from the Kennedy Space Center.
Yeah, maybe
Space
mysterious.
Back on April 1st.
Yeah, there may be a reason why they don't do that. But they have to make it a lot more 21st century level. This is really old style stuff. Yeah, I put that music on because my head won't explode like sitting idle. So anyway, I turned it off. So yeah, so the no one is on the see, they have to open another inflatable for these people to come out, which is going to take a while. Princess Yoda, thank you. No, we all have our own personal preferences, but I guess the point is, no, thank you.
We mentioned at the top of the broadcast.
Thank you.
The last
no,
time,
I guess the question is
that the Apollo program saw a splashdown in the Pacific was Apollo 17 back on December 19th, 1972. So for the first time in some 53 and a half years, we have reenacted that with the arrival of Integrity's astronauts as they flew around the moon in that historic lunar flyby that began with a trans-lunar injection burn that took them out of Earth orbit following 24 hours of a high Earth orbit trajectory.
Oh, so
the
see
high
that?
Earth orbit trajectory
They are
enabled flight controllers
putting
here
like a
to have a full 24 hours
extended
to evaluate the
place for
systems
these
on
people to
Integrity
come out. So
and
now
the
it
condition of
is
the crew before they would commit to
almost
flying
like a
to the
tied
moon.
like a fishnet to hold this, and this inflatable has to come out. Yeah, it is big, it is getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, I believe they are. Yeah, it's way too complicated for people to come out, and they are doing this in the water on top of it. Yeah, those boats are also not like stable, right? It's all wind and yeah, it's very difficult to control. And they are not ships, they are just inflatable boats. Yeah, the lights were blinking all the time. Since they came, I mean, at least the ones that we started seeing it, those were blinking. It's probably like a safety light. I don't know what is going on. I mean, basically, they stopped talking also. There is no audio coming out. There is no audio coming out either.
With the side hatch of Orion having been opened to set the stage for the erection of the inflatable life raft, known as the front porch, to be erected alongside the spacecraft for the extraction of the crew. Let's play for you an interview that my colleague Megan Cruz conducted on the USS John P. Murtha with Navy diver First Class David McMahon that explains how this process is unfolding.
Okay, Davey, so you and some of your team, one last look over of the stabilization collar, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is this stabilization collar?
This is what's going to stabilize the capsule out there in the ocean. We don't know how good the weather or the waves will be that day, so this will help prevent any unnecessary occurrences from happening, stabilizing the capsule and the astronauts inside.
So basically this is a float that will go around Orion. I'm assuming that what they're doing right now, these are the lines that will attach the collar onto Orion?
That is correct.
And so what are they doing here?
So we've got the lower line that will secure the inflation device before we inflate it. That gives us the go-ahead that it's secure in its space, and then we'll inflate it, and then once that is done, we'll undo all the carabiners and get this orange line on top tied in the same fashion, and then this will be secured to the capsule, and the astronauts can safely take their first steps out of the capsule onto the front porch.
Okay, and how long will it take them to set up the stabilization collar?
We should definitely be able to handle this in under 10 minutes.
Okay, wow. And then you just mentioned the front porch. So basically after they set up this stabilization collar, then they set up what's called the front porch here.
That's correct.
Okay, and what's the front porch?
Front porch is basically a bigger waiting room for the astronauts to sit in while we wait for the helicopters to show up and grab them.
Okay, so the medical team that was inside with the crew, they're going to help them out and onto the front porch?
That is correct.
And then what happens here?
We have higher trained medical personnel also on board the front porch that will give them lookovers and just make sure they're okay.
Oh, this is helping.
While we wait for the helicopters to show up.
Okay. How does it feel? I mean, your team, you, to be part of a mission that's
It's no longer a suspense anymore. After this interview is done, I think we have a pretty good idea what they are trying to do now. They are creating that around the capsule, and wherever these guys are standing now is a landing pad for them to come out, and they are going to airlift them. So that's what is going to happen now.
Once again, the recovery operations
thank you.
continuing out in the Pacific.
Thank you for your support. Thank you.
Should see that life raft, the front porch, erected alongside the side hatch of the vehicle.
No, this is a recorded video.
A number of flight controllers have come into the flight control room to receive congratulations from Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling. But we're going to stick with our operations out in the Pacific as we await the extraction of the 4 crew members who are reported to be in excellent condition.
Yeah, this is recorded. Previously, they built the thing around it. This was old video, folks.
Again, while we stand by for that front porch to be erected alongside of the side hatch of the vehicle, let's go back to the USS John P. Murtha and Megan Cruz. Megan?
Hey, Rob. Pausing now to listen to some internal audio loops. Again, the operations team here on the ship communicating with everyone out on the water. It seems like currents are hindering them a little bit from unfurling and inflating the stabilization collar as well as the front porch.
Yeah, there is also,
again,
we
the
need to watch for
requirement to get the crew out
all the other
within 2
countries,
hours
right,
of
that are
splashdown. Plenty of
watching.
time.
Some of it is
So no concerns just yet.
okay to release,
But as
some
calm
of
as
it
the water
is
looks,
they are
no,
not
looks
going
like
to
it's,
reveal
hindering the teams.
for
just a
whatever
tad.
the reason it is. So we don't know what's causing them. Like, yeah, there will be some for sure. Not everything is out in the public open.
You can see in some of our shots
Because
that side hatch
it's not
still
just
open.
people
Again, inside there
who
are
are
now 8
regular people, but also
inside.
people who are not regular people watching these. So
4 divers, Navy divers, all with medical training, each assigned to an astronaut each. Making sure that they're comfortable, feeling good. As you've heard us say in the broadcast, you know, they expect a little bit of discomfort. Again, these astronauts just traveled back to Earth at 25,000 miles an hour, a nearly 695,000 mile journey around the moon. If you think you get carsick.
no, this is a previously recorded. They are showing something.
Again, 6 boats out there, lots of gear with them.
Before that,
just in case,
they
right?
had
As we
all
said, the crew reported
everything built.
feeling great. But
See,
again, all those folks
all
out
that-
there in case they weren't, right? NASA is all about making sure we think about every situation that can happen. And so, of course, wanted to be ready in case any of our astronauts needed more medical attention while out there in the water. You see now teams again trying to set up the stabilization collar and front porch for the crew to get out of Orion. They need both, right? The stabilization collar will keep Orion from swaying as you see it is doing now. And then they will connect the front porch to the stabilization collar so that the crew can take 2 steps and they will be in the front porch.
Yeah, they are talking about maybe this is live.
Not a lot of chatter on the mission audio loops. That's a good thing. Again, things proceeding pretty nominally, even if they're fighting some currents out there on the Pacific Ocean. Again, the goal, setting up the stabilization collar and the front porch so that the crew can rest comfortably in the front porch, get placed into harnesses so that 2 helicopters can lift them off the front porch and onto the USS John Murtha here. The helicopters are going to take turns picking up an astronaut. So again, Helo 1 and Helo 2. Okay, and the recovery team here on the ship just got a report from the undersea medical officer who is inside the capsule with the crew. He is reporting all 4 members are green. All of our 4 astronauts, Reed, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, green, meaning they are feeling great, not the complexion of their skin. They are feeling great, happy to be home, and ready to be extracted as soon as possible.
Okay. So the person who jumped into the pod was a medic.
And so, as I was saying, we have 2 helicopters circling the activity you're seeing on the water right now. each will take turns picking up an astronaut. So Helo 1 will come on in, hover above the front porch, about 40 feet above the front porch. A Navy recovery specialist will be hoisted down into the front porch.
The restricted maneuvering doctrine is in effect.
Will connect to the first astronaut, which we're expecting to be Christina. And then Helo 2 comes around, picks up Jeremy, while Helo 1 stays above head. And then Helo 1 will come back in for another astronaut. And then
Oh, the
Helo 2
interstellar
for the last
soundtrack,
astronaut,
I think that
and then
is
back to the
not
flight deck
allowed.
here on the recovery ship.
I'll see if what I can play that is close to it.
I was talking to Assistant Artemis Recovery Director Paul Sierpinski. He said helos are a much quicker, safer way to get on board. They did actually consider boats, but then if you think about it, longer time, the crew would have to move through more of the ship. This way the helos will give a more direct, quicker route to the medical bay.
Oh, there are so many interstellar tracks, folks. So many of them.
Beautiful shots from our aerial and imagery teams. Clouds have dissipated for a clear view from the bow of the recovery ship here. You can still see divers in the water there. Encircling Orion, that is that stabilization collar we've been telling you about. As you saw in that interview just a few minutes ago, they have to first connect it to Orion, and then once it's secured onto Orion, they can inflate it, and then they'll further secure it with other harnesses and lines.
I'll find it later. I could not find the track that will not put me into trouble. So I can't just play the Interstellar by itself. So I have to find something that is copyright
About an hour
allowed.
and 10 minutes since splashdown in the Pacific Ocean here.
I'm just trying to see if they can get out.
Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy back home after a history-making mission to the moon and back. And if you missed what we said just a couple of minutes ago, the undersea medical officer inside with the crew in Orion, reporting all 4 crew members feeling great. Progress being made there on the stabilization collar. It looks like they are beginning to inflate it.
Yeah, it is
And it looks
very
like they're
difficult.
starting to
I'm like,
unfold
when
the front porch
will they bring those people out?
in order to get that into the water here shortly and inflate that as well. Again, more than 40 people out in the water right now. And those Navy and NASA personnel have been in the water for now about 4 hours.
No, there was a medic, Nancy, that went inside, confirmed everybody is green. So, see, now they are sitting happily.
Actually, here on the ship, when there are flight operations happening, you can't have anything else, right? Just because the flight deck can be a dangerous place.
Now this is good. This is good.
Planes coming and going from the ship, so that's why they wanted to get the boats in the water to make sure that they have all the time they needed for the flight ops. And then the same crew here out in the water, they will stay out in the water for a number of hours after we recover the crew and get them back on the ship, because then they have to recover Orion.
Oh, this will take hours and hours and hours long for them to do it.
We're now seeing some recovery personnel getting on.
I know. Give them some break.
Again, they need to further attach it to Orion to make sure that it can really prop up the spacecraft. It's basically lifting it up off of the water just a tad. Again, so it's not so...
Well, at least they can walk around it, which is a good news.
So it doesn't sway so much in the water there. And now that front porch looks like it's nearly fully inflated as well. You can see a much larger surface area. And so once the crew get out of Orion, they can stretch their legs a little bit on this front porch, get some fresh air.
I'm not an alien busy. I'm a human being.
Beautiful day here on their home planet. It appears teams now are about to connect the front porch to the stabilization collar.
Yeah, this is as live the live can be. This is...
See astronauts come out of Orion.
Oh, yeah. Now all the light was gone.
All these views you see also being fed to the Landing Force Operations Center here on the ship. Of course, it is very important for our recovery teams leading the mission to have all the views that you're seeing as well.
It's getting very dark, yes.
Again, listening to their communication.
It's like 6:26 San Diego time.
Very quiet, which is a good thing. It means things are going pretty nominally, meaning as expected.
Yeah, Laura, they do have professional equipment. They haven't got one person out yet.
Again, all this activity happening just 3,000 yards away from the ship. So that means this will be a very quick flight back on the helicopters for the crew. 2-3 minutes, and then they'll be back here on the ship.
I know.
Okay, saw a thumbs up from one of the personnel. On the
Hey,
front
busy
porch.
ATM, thank you.
It looks like they are now getting ready to.
Yeah, he didn't fell out. He just jumped. He was excited.
Air rescue vest.
He's
ARV.
probably a Marine.
And so
He's
this
like
is the
trying to,
harness
like,
that each
yeah, I can do it.
crew
I can
member
jump from boat to
will
boat,
get
right?
into
So,
in order to be hoisted into the helicopters. Again, those helicopters hovering just about 40 feet above the front porch when they're ready to pick up each crew member.
who is betting who comes first? Princess Yoda. I mean, everyone knows who comes first. George Washington, thank you for your support. Thank you. And they will feel heavy, oh, big
This
time.
is Mission Control Houston. Behind me, a fairly raucous scene as hundreds of flight controllers have poured into the flight control room here. This is reminiscent of the scene after the final shuttle mission of STS-135, although that was the end of a program. This is only the beginning
Yep.
of a program.
Christina is going to come out first.
Splashdown of Integrity and its 4 astronauts. We're standing by for the crew to be extracted from the spacecraft. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling invited all of these flight controllers who have contributed to this mission to enter the flight control room to have an opportunity to receive well wishes and to share the mutual glow that exists in the wake of a textbook mission for integrity. On the front screen here in Mission Control, a sign that says "Welcome Home Integrity, taking humanity back to the moon, going further, and returning safely to Earth." So all of that jubilation, part of the post-splashdown activities, even as we await the crew being extracted from the vehicle to be hoisted onto Navy helicopters for the trip back to the USS John P. Murtha.
Very interesting. So they are celebrating in the Mission Control Center while they're all waiting for these guys to come out.
Once again here in Mission Control, this view of the Artemis Flight Control Room, known as the White Flight Control Room. This is the old shuttle flight control room, and now is the home of Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Once again, quite a few flight controllers were invited in by Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to share in the jubilation Following the successful splashdown of Integrity, that splashdown occurring an hour and 22 minutes ago, as we stand by for the completion of the extraction of the crew, and ultimately they're hoisting onto Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the USS John P. Murtha. Splashdown occurred at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. I had an opportunity to talk to the head of flight dynamics, Jeff Birch, a moment or two ago. He said the trajectory of Integrity coming through the Earth's atmosphere was so precise, they've never seen anything line up on a ground track like today's entry by Integrity for its splashdown southwest of San Diego.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to see.
And the initial, you can hear it.
One of them came out.
Jubilation here in the flight control room. The first crew member is out of Integrity.
What did they say?
We are expecting the other crew members momentarily to be extracted. We now have 2 crew members out.
Wow. Are they wearing helmets still or no? Yeah, they are actually...
2 crew members out, 2
yeah.
to go.
These guys are all trained pros, so they are actually removing some of the suit, whatever that stuff, like making them comfortable, so doing all the work.
We're about 1 hour from sunset out in the Pacific. Everything continues to go well. Integrity's systems function perfectly during its entry back to Earth. And Reed Wiseman, the commander who will be last out of the vehicle, reported that all the crew members were feeling very well.
Oh, so it's basically the way... Now they are coming so close to it.
Crew member number 3 now out.
They are holding them so that they wanted to wait so that they can...
Now standing by for the commander, Reed Wiseman, who will be last out of his ship. Bobbing in the Pacific under almost ideal conditions, Integrity spanned 694,000 miles during its journey from launch to splashdown.
Yeah, I'm like trying to see if they can come out safely, right? So I'm worried, like how this whole thing will play out. But seems like everything is going well. Everyone is coming out safely, right? So
and we now have Reed Wiseman out of the vehicle. All 4 crew members now out of integrity.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, I was a... Well, so these people are now going to get airlifted.
Once again, all 4 crew members now on the front porch. And the procedure to begin hoisting them up to these 2 Navy helicopters hovering overhead will begin shortly.
No, they can't stand on their own. It's so... Not only the balance is gone, the gravity is gone. They feel heavy, so it takes a while. Yeah, this is too much awesome. Too much awesome. Thank you, folks. You guys did a fantastic job. Cannot say anything worse than that. You did fantastic. Extremely well. Yeah, it takes a while. Yeah, it takes a while for people to come out. All 4 of them are sitting only on one side. All the guys are sitting on the other side. They put like something in their back, like a jacket or something, right? So, and there is no audio. Yeah, what you did in the comments, you need to do a video on
Mission Control Houston.
Comments are
The mission is over,
something
but the
else,
melody
folks.
lingers on.
I don't want
As
to talk about it.
jubilation continues here in the flight control room. We should be expecting
But that's
NASA's
fine.
Associate
That's what it is.
Administrator, Amit Kshatriya, to be joining us shortly for a short interview while the recovery operations continue out in the Pacific. So we'll stand by for that. And then we'll turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha.
We have a lot of people, folks, that are still watching, so I think they're going to keep this for a while. I know I'm here, but I'm thinking like, I think we can call it a night. What do you guys think? Oh, Mag, thank you very much. Yeah, like, let's see. Yeah, I think you can all watch this. It's not a big deal. I'm not seeing, okay. Oh, go eat, leave us here. Okay, I don't mind. I will come back here if you want me to come back. I don't mind at all. If you have good company here, I don't want you to miss that good company. So I will leave you here. You're digging in the comments. Okay, I'll leave you here. I'm seeing like 65, 67%. You guys are still undecided. I'll leave this for now.
Houston, here in the
I'll come back in an hour. Okay.
A number of flight controllers basking in the glory of the successful end of this mission that carried 4 astronauts around the moon on a lunar flyby, and the first test flight of Orion with crew members on board. Splashdown occurring an hour and 32 minutes ago after a flawless descent back into the Earth's atmosphere for the vehicle. Its 4 crew members in good shape, simply enjoying their time right now on the front porch, as it were, the inflatable raft alongside of their Integrity spacecraft. We're expecting Amit Kshatriya, the NASA Associate Administrator, to join us here momentarily for a brief interview before we turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship. This is Mission Control Houston. We're about an hour and 34 minutes since the textbook splashdown of Integrity in the Pacific to bring home our astronauts. And with us now is Amit Kshatriya, the NASA Associate Administrator. Amit, a little bit of history made tonight, a little bit of history made over the past few weeks. Your thoughts as this team here basks in the glow of what they just accomplished?
Yeah, Rob, we're here in the control center, and it's kind of overrun with jubilant folks in the Mission Control Houston, as well as engineering, and folks that just want to be here, part of it, as we watch our crew get extracted from the vehicle. And, you know, my thought is always about these teams, the team that's in the water right now, pulling the crew out, the team here in Houston that worked so hard over the last 10 days, no sleep to get this done. You know, we still have some work to do to get the crew to the med bay here on the ship. They all look great coming out, so hopefully that won't be too long. You know, I think we saw the administrator on the boat too, giving his thanks to the Navy team on the Murtha, which they're just an incredible group of sailors. I was able to visit with them a couple weeks ago. And then if you pull it all the way back to the workers and the folks that joined the rocket at Michoud, that made the heat shield tiles that held together tonight, that stacked the vehicle in Florida, that integrated the vehicle in Denver, that fired the engines in Stennis, that fired the boosters in Promontory. I mean, this is the entire team, coming together and being tested by the environment that this machine went through. And they did it right. The work was good. They did it right.
You've said in a number of briefings, of course, and in other forums that this is just the first step. The cadence has to step up, as the administrator has indicated. Now, it's a little early for the full report card on how Integrity did, but did this mission ultimately, from your eyes view, exceed expectations?
It absolutely did. I mean, I was waiting to talk about this until we're in the water, and, I think we still have, again, work to do to bring it in and really kind of go through it bolt by bolt and see what we learned. But, I mean, so far, given what we learned during the mission and given how we performed on ascent, on entry, I always think about energy in terms of the states that you worry about the most. And every time we put these machines through these incredibly energetic states, they came through. So I'm fairly confident that we made a big step tonight to get us on the path towards the surface. I think the path to the surface is open now. You know, we do have to do all the work, and we'll make sure we talk about that as cleanly as we can. We learned a few things during the mission, but I have to tell you, this was an incredible test of an incredible machine.
From an American psyche standpoint, the Empire State Building was lit up red, white, and blue tonight. Our coverage was seen on baseball stadiums around the major leagues. How captivating was this experience for the American people, for the world, in fact, as we returned to the moon?
You know, I have not been able to watch a lot of the coverage as we've progressed through the mission. I will tell you, just, you know, from my witness in Florida before launch, and then seeing the people's faces here, and then, you know, reading where I can about how things are going. I think this has been a gift to the world from NASA. NASA has given the world a gift, proving to folks all over the place, especially young people, and that to me is what this is really about. Young people, when they see what we can do when we work together, when we have teams that collaborate, that, you know, it doesn't matter how hard the problems are, we can solve them. I'm hopeful that Artemis II, as folks witness what we were able to do with this incredible crew, this incredible team that we've birthed into the world, scientists and engineers and artists that have been inspired by this. And even if they don't come work in the program, which separately they should come work in the program, because Lord knows we need the help, but even if they don't want to come work in the program, hopefully they grow up to recognize they can do amazing things when they work together and contribute to society and be good citizens and really change the way, you know, the challenges that are coming in the world are overcomable if we work together like this.
And one final question. You know, flying to the moon, we did it. We've done it again this past week and a half or so. But the engineering that went behind the design of this mission and the precision, the pinpoint precision of this vehicle entering that entry corridor, it's almost mind-boggling.
Yeah, it is incredible when you think about the energies involved and the uncertainties involved. That you know, when we inserted the vehicle into orbit, it was 99.2% down the middle. When we dropped the vehicle right on top of the fleet here, you know, our guys knew exactly where to go, but the guidance was perfect. You know, and it's interesting. I've got this question a lot over the last few weeks about, you know, we did this before 53 years ago, and, you know, that I think, I mean, it is a reasonable thing to contemplate, like what's gone on since then. And what I'd tell you is, you know, when we did Apollo, which again, the more we learn about what they did, the more magical it seems what they were able to accomplish given the technology and the learnings that they had. But when we did Apollo, the architects of Apollo, you know, Gilbert, Seaman, von Braun, Mueller, what they really, really wanted to do, you know, as they were contemplating what it meant to expand our range of action to the lunar surface, what they wanted to do was learn how to live and work in space for a long time. They wanted to do that first before they were confident they could expand their range of action to the moon. Now, of course, the politics of the time and the mission at the time was different, and so they had to go straight to the moon and bring people home. And then after that, the program kind of lost its momentum. But, you know, after that, NASA kept moving along those paths, right? So we recognized during Apollo that reusability was going to be important. We spent a lot of money on those machines, and, you know, we spent a lot of money on these machines here, even though, but we recognized that reusability was important, which is why we built a winged space plane called Space Shuttle. And then we used that reusable machine to build a space station. And we learned for 25 years how to live and work in space, and have been able to develop technologies that can enable exploration. So really, what I think is now, 53 years later, we're at the point where the architects of Apollo would have been pleased that we're now ready to actually go back to the moon and go back to stay, because we've learned all the things we needed to learn.
There's a lot of people pleased here tonight, and we really thank you for joining us, Amit. Amit Kshatriya, NASA's Associate Administrator, as we begin to hoist the crew onto the helicopters to head back to the recovery ship. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Amit. This is Mission Control Houston, with the crew members now beginning to be hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters. Let's go to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha, who will take it from here.
Hey, Rob, yeah, back on the bow of the ship here, we are seeing the helicopters circling Orion, the first one there, having just completed picking up the first astronaut. Helo 2 now, hovering just 40 feet above the front porch, lowering a recovery specialist out of the helicopter. That person will touch down in the front porch just there. The crew members already outfitted with a harness that will allow them to quickly attach to the hoisting device. Look at the power of those blades throwing water out at the center there. The front porch with now 3 astronauts and the recovery specialists. Again, crews already outfitted with a harness vest. And here we go. Second astronaut now off the front porch, getting hoisted into the second helicopter. That helicopter will now hover just a distance away to give room for the first helicopter to come back and pick up the third astronaut. As we wait for that helicopter to come back, make its way back around, just want to mention that the President of the United States called our NASA administrator today while he was on the ship, just minutes after we interviewed him live on our coverage, and congratulated him and NASA on this history-making moment tonight. Helicopter 1 again hovering 40 feet over the front porch. We will soon see another recovery specialist getting lowered onto the front porch. Wow, imagine sitting on that front porch, the wind, the water. But again, the recovery team determined that a helicopter flight back to the ship here would be safer, faster, and more comfortable for our crew, who just completed a 10-day mission around the moon. Third astronaut in the air, getting hoisted quickly back into the first helicopter now. Commander Reed Wiseman. That first helicopter now on its way back to the ship here. We will soon see it land in just a few minutes. Again, all this action happening just 3,000 yards away from us, so a very quick flight back to the flight deck. And now the only person left on the front porch, Commander Reed Wiseman. That second helicopter now making its way back over to the front porch. Here it comes. Making its final approach here. The last astronaut, Commander Reed Wiseman, now off the front porch and almost into the second helicopter. both now on their way back to the ship where we are, the USS John P. Murtha, just west of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. Exciting to see our 4 crew members minutes away from landing on the flight deck here on the recovery ship. 550 people on this ship, excited, ready, anxious, looking forward to welcoming this crew aboard. Watching them now with our own eyes. Close to the ship here. Hearing them begin to hover on the flight deck, which is just across from us, here on the bow. The first helicopter coming in. And wheels down. Wheels down of the first helicopter carrying 2 of our
No,
Artemis II
this is exciting, folks. I wanted to
Pilot Victor Glover.
I was watching from my cell phone outside.
Christina Cook.
I said I need to go inside.
Kilo 1 on
It
deck
is exciting.
reported on the recovery loop. Again, the mission
I wanted to see their faces.
that the recovery team are using here to communicate with one another. And an announcement just made on the ship, integrity incoming. 2 more helicopters on their way to the flight deck, one carrying the crew, the other, one of our imagery helicopters. Again, kudos to our imagery and aerial teams for giving us these beautiful views of history in the making. Set amid a gorgeous, soon-to-be sunset here in the Pacific Ocean. Second helicopter. Making its approach of the flight deck. Plenty of people here on the bow with their cell phones out, filming this moment. Some impressive flying here by the Navy as we are seconds away from wheels down. And there you go. We now have all 4 Artemis II crew members on the USS John P. Murtha.
Yeah, it is primitive. I don't know. Like, they're wasting money, they're wasting resources.
I'm sure they're happy to be out
It's
of the water.
inefficient, but we don't know why they wanted to do all this stuff
And
for
on this
bringing
recovery
people
ship,
outside. But
again, 550 people
they
on
are
board,
doing this after 57
ready to
years.
welcome them home.
Probably they forgot
But first,
that this is not
as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, just making
69
sure the
anymore.
crew feel good. We reported,
But we never
they were
know.
feeling
Like,
good when they
we'll
were in
know
Orion, but
more
those
and
were
more,
just
right?
initial,
So,
quick verbal assessments of how they're feeling.
yeah, they have some protocols.
Their
Yeah,
destination
absolutely.
tonight, the medical bay here.
I mean, they used to
On the
lock
ship.
them up for like 24 hours in the quarantine,
After
right?
the
So
power down
at least now
helicopters here.
people are touching them and all that stuff. Like, they used to not keep them in, like, keep them away for like several 24 hours or something, right?
Deck,
so
working quickly, but
they're not doing that anymore, which is good. Because they didn't come outside. If they had gone to moon, probably they will quarantine them for like
waiting for just
one
one
full
more
day.
helicopter to touch down.
But since they did not come out, yeah, that was only when they walked on the moon, correct? Because they didn't go physically outside to some other environment, they didn't need to quarantine these folks, which is a good
Very
news.
limited personnel here on the flight deck.
Oh, you want? Oh, really?
As that third helicopter touches down.
Look at all the people on the top.
The ship is at flight quarters. Stand clear of weather decks, ACO frame 095. Burn no cover stop side. Throw no articles over the side. Hold all trash and garbage on station. Flight quarters.
While just a few folks on the flight deck itself, there are plenty more on some upper decks. I see in some of our views a very packed crowd over
It sounds like a video game.
Announcements being made over the ship's loudspeaker system, reminding folks to stay clear of operational areas like the flight deck.
Hey, happy birthday.
So that teams can work quickly to get the crew off of the helicopters and into the medical bay. Splashdown today, 5:06 p.m. Pacific time. We are within 2 hours of that splashdown time, and already we have all 4 crew members on the flight deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
So these are modified, like almost
Again,
just
crew
for this
waiting
mission, I guess.
before getting out for the helicopters to completely shut down.
Oh, they got 4 of them.
Safety, of course, very important to NASA and the U.S. military. So we'll wait just a couple of minutes here before we start seeing crew members walk off the helicopters one by one.
Yeah, the moon, the surface of the moon, the powder smells like a gunpowder. That's what someone said. They had a feeling. They didn't smell on the moon. They must have smelled it after they came back, but it smelled like gunpowder. Oh, thank you, Peggy. Appreciate that. No, I was looking at to see, oh, these are all stopped same time. I can't believe that. Thank you, common citizen. No, surprisingly, when they stopped the motors on time, engines on time, the fan blades spinning turned off same time. That's pretty amazing. So one astronaut in one chopper, is it? No, there are 2 people in one.
All right, and now here we see pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook sitting on the edge of one of the helicopters, looking in great spirits. That familiar smile and laugh from Victor, I can see it from here. Christina, I'm sure, feeling the same way, just blocked a little bit by our camera here, but we'll see her here shortly. A photographer taking their pictures.
I wish the picture
Victor
resolution is better.
saluting folks on the flight deck. They look like they're in great spirits. Happy to be home, I'm sure. If you're sitting at home, I hope you too are wondering, what would you want to ask them if you got a chance to talk to them? Because that is what I'm thinking about. Getting the opportunity to talk to or ask questions of these 4 astronauts who just made history as the first crew to return to the moon since 1972. Oh, there we see Christina there, also smiling, finally peering out, waving at the cameras. Hello to you too, Christina, yes. Welcome back. Welcome, welcome home.
Very good, very good. I'm glad I'm seeing this live. Victory, Christina, Laura, thank you. Yeah, no, they all did a fantastic job. The first woman made it all the way to the moon and came back.
Shouting from across the flight deck, congratulations to one another.
And first African American going to the around the moon as well. So that's like amazing. Amazing.
And so now we see some Navy personnel.
They underestimate what people accomplished, but
this is again the
it's
first
what it is.
helicopter carrying pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook.
Oh, you used to write letters to
Both
NASA.
have taken off their helmets now.
Wow. No, I think
Some pictures, video.
Yeah.
To catalog this historic moment. A beautiful sunset just behind them here in the Pacific Ocean. Golden hour.
I wanted to see when they get up on their with their own legs. It takes a while.
NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, he is on the flight deck, as well as Flight Surgeon Rick Schuring, walking over to Victor and Christina first. We saw the administrator walk over to the other helicopter.
Oh, they're shaking hands.
Which is carrying Commander Reed Weissman and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen. We heard from Rick earlier in the broadcast. Again, he said he's going to be out there on the flight deck to do another initial assessment of the crew, ask them how they're feeling, anything bothering them. But again, from what I'm seeing, they look like they're in great spirits and feeling pretty good for folks who just traveled 695,000 miles from Florida to the moon and now here to the Pacific Ocean.
Oh yeah, definitely. It will become more and more commercial once they figure out how to get here safely, right? And there is a playbook for making this happen. They are going to keep going almost every week. They don't stop because you can make money out of it,
We're
right?
now seeing NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman walking across the flight deck. He had been talking to Reed and Jeremy, now approaching Victor and Christina. A hug from Victor, a hug from Christina. What a moment that we're getting to experience together. I'm sure congratulatory words. You know, we got to speak to the administrator live on this broadcast as well, and he said the kid in him right now, giddy, absolutely giddy at what we were able to accomplish today. Returning them home safely and in good spirits after a 10-day mission around the moon.
Yeah, they're
and
walking.
Here we go. We're seeing Jeremy
He's walking.
walking, waving
Nice.
across the flight
Nice.
deck, now
Nice.
on his way to the medical bay.
Nice. Very nice.
It's a short walk, less than a minute. Again, that's why the recovery team decided to use helicopters to get them on the flight deck.
That is
For that
amazing.
short walk to medical bay.
They walked inside
And now on the
the
flight deck, we see
shuttle. They are walking out.
the chief of the astronaut office, Scott Tingle. Rick Shuring switching places. He's going over to the other helicopter. Big hugs from Victor, Christina to Scott. Again, a gorgeous sunset setting the stage for this recovery tonight. All right. And now here we are, Christina.
Oh my goodness. They are able to make her walk as well. That's
making
neat.
her way, looking thankful, grateful, happy to be
Yeah.
home.
Awesome. Awesome.
You can see she's looking up again. Lots of people, just a few levels up off the flight deck, welcoming her home. Scott holding the door like a gentleman, but back on his way to the other crew still on the flight deck. So still on the flight deck, Victor Glover and Reed Weissman. It looks like Victor will be the next one headed to medical bay. More hugs, more hugs. He's a hugger. Victor looking good as he walks across the flight deck.
He's still limping a little bit.
NASA administrator applauding. Victor applauding for all the folks on the ship with him who played a role in their safe return today. And finally, just one Artemis II crew member.
Only
left
one
on the
person
flight
is
deck.
left.
Commander Reed Weissman.
Interesting.
Applause from the group there on the flight deck, I'm sure, as well as on the level just above them, packed with people. Reed looking good as he takes his steps towards the medical bay. See our 4 Artemis II crew members back on the ship. Again, now they will head into medical bay, where they will be assessed by flight surgeons from both NASA as well as the Canadian Space Agency.
Folks, I'm going to turn off the broadcast from now.
Assessment.
I'm calling it a night.
When they get to medical bay,
I
they
will
each have their own nurse.
come back tomorrow.
They will be helped out of their suits. And then again, we'll
I'll turn off the broadcast,
check
folks.
to see that they're feeling good. Make sure it's not just adrenaline.
Take
but that they are
rest.
feeling good
I know, like you all
from their long
are
journey
staying
back
with
from
me.
the moon.
Thank you for that. But definitely see you everyone.
Sunset
Thank you. Have a very good night, good evening.
illuminating our flight deck.
Thank you. Have a good night. Appreciate all the help. Thank you. All right. Take care. Thank you all.